This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. The Wyoming Legislature's Management Council decided Wednesday to add more ethics training for state legislators. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports the move comes in the wake of the House checkgate controversy this past session.
They talked about 11 minutes. Representative Mike Yin, who's minority floor leader in the House, said, well, this investigative committee had 3 pieces of guidance for us, the Management Council. One is take on some more training. Another is consider signage at the entrances to the chambers. And another was to look at what other states are doing for policies in this area.
This need for more ethics training stems from an incident that happened during the year's lawmaking session when Teton County-based conservative activist Rebecca Bextel handed out $1,500 in checks to at least 4 state House of Representative members on the House floor on February 9th, the first day of the session. One of Campbell County's oldest homesteading families is proposing a land swap and sale that could unlock 250 million tons of coal on Wyoming state land. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that supporters pitch it as a win-win for the ranch and the state, but it won't be easy.
This is really the first step in a long, complicated process that's part of an even longer, complicated process. For the family, it goes back to the 1970s and before when they were trying to develop the property and were shut down by, or essentially had their coal condemned by this federal law from the 1970s. And so they're sticking with it. They're trying to move it forward. They're working with their neighbors who are advocating for them and went before the commission to ask for the support. But the skeptics would say, hey, look, there are federal coal leases out there that aren't really even being bid on. Is there really a demand?
The proposal presented to the Campbell County Commission on March 18th by McKenna Sorensen and her father Charles would have the state buy the Halls family condemned coal rights and use them as leverage in a federal mineral exchange that could unlock up to 250 million tons of coal currently stranded in state school trust land. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Wyoming Agriculture in the Classroom connects students to Wyoming's land and industries, engaging Wyoming students through curriculum designed for teachers to use in the classroom. Our curriculum, Wyo Wonders, teaches so many important things like agriculture, minerals and energy, outdoor recreation, and tourism. Use it for free now at wyowonders.org.
Looking for a real Wild West experience? Cody, Wyoming's got your ticket to ride. They've been throwing down since 1919 with the world-famous Cody Stampede Rodeo. And when the sun sets, the Cody Night Rodeo keeps the action going every night all summer long. It's bulls, broncs, and big-time cowboy energy in the only town where rodeo is a nightly tradition. Because here in Cody, rodeo's not just an event, it's a way of life. The Cody Stampede Rodeo.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Former BP chief Bernard Looney has been named CEO of Wyoming startup Prometheus Hyperscale, which plans 2 AI data centers totaling $30 billion. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that Looney says Wyoming's energy edge makes it the right place for the build-out.
Prometheus Hyperscale is getting ready to kick things into a higher gear. This guy that they have tapped, Bernard Looney, he's kind of halfway famous oil and gas executive. He was BP's executive CEO, but this guy is undeniably talented.
Looney has been involved in many other huge projects for oil and gas around the world, including Indonesia, West Africa, the United States, and Trinidad. The Pro Rodeo Cowboys Association says rodeo champions being celebrated at the White House for the first time in more than 40 years is a huge boost for the sport. Cowboy State Daily's Kate Meadows reports that the Pro Rodeo Cowboys Association says, quote, "It's a good time to wear a cowboy hat."
There were 10 rodeo champions who came to the White House. Most of them represented the PRCA. Some of them represented the Women's Professional Rodeo Association. All of them were athletes who had won world champions in their event. As the nation will celebrate its 250th birthday this year, the president is focused on celebrating the nation's independence and the grit of America.
Paul Woody, Chief Marketing Officer for the PRCA, tells Cowboy State Daily that interest in the sport has has been on the rise since the COVID-19 pandemic because it was one of the few activities that was able to continue operating and gave communities an opportunity to get together. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
There's a lot of need in the world, and if you're like me, it can seem too big to make a difference. But that's why I decided to start volunteering with Mercy Shifts. Dedicating a few weeks or months of my life every year in the service of others has brought me more than I could ever imagine. Plus, I'm getting to meet people from all around the world and make lifelong friends. Hey, Michelle. And with so much to do here, there's an opportunity for everyone to make a difference.
High five.
But the best reason to volunteer is knowing that no matter what you do, you're helping change people's lives every day. Whether it's for 2 weeks, 2 months, or 2 years, when you volunteer with Mercy Shifts, you'll find your purpose, your people, and your place in this world. And all you gotta do is visit mercyshifts.org today. I hope to see you soon.
Wow. Okay. We'll see. We'll see what happens here. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay, it's on there. We're having some technical difficulties this morning. Okay, well, I guess I'm on there. I don't know. I don't know. It's very weird what's happening right now. Okay, it's on there. Okay. Now I'm hearing myself coming out of everywhere because I have it on like 3 things. Okay, well. Turn that down. I'm on there. I don't know. Why all right, get rid of my volume on everything here. Okay. Well, it's really weird. Everything was running just fine until I started streaming. And then now why does everything have volume here? Get rid of all my volume here. Okay, there it goes. Now here comes my cat to ruin things even more. That's probably the culprit right there. And it seems like I'm on a little bit of a delay. We'll see. We'll see what happens when I get a guest on. Because it's like not going through. I'm going through, but my audio from my computer wasn't going through, but then it was going through on the air. Technology, you got to love it. We'll see what happens here. Good morning, Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Day 4. Boy, we've been cruising along like nobody's business. Everything's just been running completely smooth, and then, yeah, this happens. I don't know. I think everything's all right. If you can hear me out there, send me a text message, 307-620-8866, or hit me up on the YouTube chat room, because I don't know. Okay, it's still, I can hear myself on YouTube. The big thing's going to be when we get a guest. If you're going to be able to hear them. I'm hoping it's just not going through the board, which is really weird. I don't know. Wow. Unreal. Well, this is how my day's going. This is how my month has not started out well. That's for sure. It's Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. My name's Jeff, filling in for Jake. He is on vacation. I'm going to need a vacation after today, after this morning. I'm in my home studio in Sheridan, Wyoming. You can join the program. Give me a call, 307-620-8866. Sounds fine. Okay, well, we'll see. I don't know, but whatever. 3 days down, 2 days to go this week. I've been pulling, I'm not 25 anymore. I've been pulling 12-hour days doing this show. And then I come home and prep for about 4 or 5 hours every night for the next day's show. That's what I've been doing this week. I haven't even turned my TV on this week. I haven't touched my book. I've done nothing except work and this show. So if you say, man, he's doing a great job, that's because I'm doing a lot of prep work, trying to figure all this stuff out. I followed the legislature a little bit, but knowing everybody's name, everybody's, what's going on, it's a lot. But after about 3 days, I'm getting a grasp of it. Yesterday's show was insane. We had 13 guests. We had a guest on every single segment. It flew by, which was great. But man, Governor Mark Gordon, first time I've talked to the governor. We had Superintendent Megan Degenfelder on, Rep. Ann Lucas. We had the dog people from Powell. Just a jam-packed show. Today's pretty much about the same. I think we have 11 guests today. Just too short. This segment and the top of the 9 o'clock hour, I think, is the only time I don't have a guest. So if you'd like to give me a call, do it now, 307-620-8866. Let's see if anyone's texted me. No, let's see if people are watching. We got a few people watching on YouTube. I can hear you fine, Jeff. Okay. Well, as long as you guys can hear me out there, and if we can hear the guests, that's all that matters. I texted Jake, but he's, after 3 days, and he's in paradise, he's like, I'm sleeping in. This guy's doing fine. My dog, though, I have 2 dogs. I have a St. Bernard and I have a Yorkie, a Yorkshire Terrier, however you want to say it. So I have one dog that weighs, 10 pounds, and I have one dog that weighs 125 pounds. And my 10-pound dog, half the time, he thinks he's a 200-pound dog, and my 125-pound dog thinks he's a 10-pound dog. Speaking of that, did I let my dog in? Hopefully. But yeah, my St. Bernard, she loves to wake me up like 10 minutes before my alarm, no matter what. Usually I get up at around 6 o'clock in the morning, 6:30, to work out in the mornings, which I've been terrible at this year. But she'll always wake me up like 10 minutes before my alarm. This morning, she came in at 4:40. I've been getting up at 5 o'clock to do the show. And I was just like, oh, please, no. It's day 4. I'm exhausted. Leave me alone. So I yelled at her to go lay back down, which she's a good dog. She went and listened. But then when she walks through my house, it sounds like a human on 4 paws. Chkunk, 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 chkunk. Because I have, wood floors or fake wood floors or whatever they are. And then she lays down. It's like a sack of rocks hitting the ground. So I'm like, okay, she laid back down. Let me just get 15 more minutes of sleep. Please. 20 minutes of sleep, 15 minutes of sleep. Just please, let me go to bed. And then my cat comes and jumps on me because she's like, oh, I hear Maggie up. It must be time to eat. Oh, it's time to eat. Let me go nudge him, see if we can get him awake. So she comes and lays on me. So my cat's laying on my side. Oh, And then she gets up, starts nudging my arm. I'm like, please, just let me sleep. No. So I got 20 minutes of less sleep when I already was on the brink of not getting enough sleep anyway. It's just unreal. I was so exhausted last night, but then you're at the point where you're just so exhausted. You're like, well, nah, I don't know. I just don't feel like going to bed. It's insanity. That's when insanity takes over. This person says, born and raised in Buffalo, Wyoming, now living in Tennessee, listening to your broadcast while I work out. Well, thanks. That's what I should be doing. I haven't really been able to work out all week either. During lunch, I'll do 5 minutes of abs, and I did 10 minutes of arms yesterday, and boy, my arms were just on fire because I haven't done anything for a couple days. My body's freaking out, going, what are you doing? Sorry, I'm working and doing this show. This has encompassed my entire life this week. Get up at 5, do the show from 6 to 10, get done doing the show, go to work till 6 o'clock at night, come home, prep for the show till it's been 11 o'clock at night, get 6 hours of sleep and do it again. So I've seen a lot of daylight. I've not wasted any part of my days this week. So that's been good. But yeah, yesterday, just a huge show. Unreal. And today's the same if everything goes well. Representative Scott Heiner, he's coming on here in about 10 minutes. Kieran Clark, she's with Mountain West Farm Bureau. Tommy, I think it's Nisley. He's with Wyoming Fresh Farms. They're down in Cheyenne. Bunch of stories on them. We've talked about them a few times this week. It's going to be interesting to talk to those guys. The city of Cheyenne's trying to annex them, and now they just shut down their meat selling operation at the farm. Allie Flip, she's the director of the Wyoming State Historical Society. She's going to come on. We're going to chat a little bit about the Little America getting torn down. Jackie Dorothy, one of our reporters, is coming on. Mac Watson, our news guy, is coming on. Brian Leonard, he just came out with a book. He's from the University of Wyoming. Kurt Conger, his dad, Dean, a fascinating story with Dean. He was a photographer for National Geographic, the magazine, for 30 years. He went all over everywhere taking pictures. Kyle Wetland, he's going to be on in the 9 o'clock hour. He's the director of Wyoming Energy Authority. He was just in Washington with Harriet Hageman talking about coal. And then McKenna Smith, she is with the Teton County Weed and Pest. She's an entomologist from the University of Florida and works for Teton County Weed and Pest. She's going to come on talking about ticks. I already put my tick repellent on my dogs this past weekend. My wife was all over it. She works at one of the schools here in Sheridan and came home last week and was like, the dogs need their tick juice because kids are already showing up at school with ticks. I was like, already? But yeah, these warm temperatures. The only good thing about being warm is it's been dry. So I don't think the ticks are out in full mass yet. But boy, if it was moist and with these warm temperatures, we'd be in a world of hurt. I did notice when I came home last night, my yard is growing. It's April 2nd. I'm going to have to mow my yard here in the next week or so. I looked at my backyard last night and I was like, come on. I already have to mow. I guarantee we're going to hear people mowing this weekend. Already. It's way too early for that. Way too early. The older I get, I don't know. Maybe it's going to turn around when I get to retirement age or something, but I'm tired of mowing. I'm tired of shoveling snow. It's been great this winter, not having to shovel snow. But now, because of it, we're going to be mowing our yard here in the next week and watering the yard. Dreading it. But summer's coming. We're going to have Dawn Day coming up in about an hour. Tell us what's going to happen with the weather today. It's 33 right now in Sheridan. Winter storm warning. When's it going to start? Doesn't say it's going to start till like 8 o'clock tonight now. And then it just continues all night long. Rain into snow by tomorrow morning. By tomorrow morning's show, it looks not good. So yes, we have 11 guests today, 13 yesterday. Send me a text, 307-620-8866. A couple of people messaged us on Facebook saying they can hear me. Now we're going to find out when the commercials hit. Here's test number 2. Coming up after the break, Representative Scott Heiner. He's the House Majority Floor Leader. We'll chat with him right after this.
JB Hunt now has CLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear, but don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks.
Move.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane. Woo! You got this.
I was a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right? I can't say that I have. I mean,
if you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
Eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own. I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Welcome back, Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, right here on cowboystatedaily.com. Wherever you're listening, however you're listening, if you're on YouTube, Facebook, X, hopefully you can hear us. Looks like we're still going strong here. Now this is going to be the test. Now we're going to find out how everything's going to work. Because let's head to the Zoom room where Representative Scott Heiner is waiting for us. He's a Republican member of the Wyoming House of Representatives, currently serving as the House Majority Floor Leader. He's Representative House District 18, covering parts of Lincoln, Sweetwater, and Uinta counties since January of 2021. Representative Heiner, good morning.
Top of the morning, Jeff.
Well, that's good. I can hear you.
It is.
Yes. I think everything's working. It's so weird what's happening with my gear this morning. I couldn't hear anything when I started this show, but I guess everyone else could hear me. But that, as long as everyone else can hear us, we're doing good.
Well, it's not even April Fool's, so we'll get through this.
Well, that's what I thought. I was like, we're a day late for this joke. Come on.
Those are the best kind when you don't expect them.
Yeah. I have to ask you, when Wyoming plays Utah State, who do you root for?
I usually root for BYU.
Well, there you go.
My wife is from BYU. That's where I found her. And she is an alumni there, and I've learned over 41 years, you do what the boss says.
Yeah. Representative Heiner has a engineering degree from Utah State. It's sad that they're not going to be in the Mountain West anymore. I'm going to miss them.
Well, some years they do very well, some years they don't, just like most teams here in the Mountain West.
Yes, just like all of us. Struggling. Well, we had the story yesterday about the ethics training. When's this going to start happening?
Well, every time we have a new batch of legislators, we have training that lasts about a day. And in that training, there's not only ethics, but how to create a bill, what the process is, how to debate. We go through some simulations of how to debate on floor. And so we're always trying to improve that training. And this is one where we're going to add, we already had some ethics. We're just going to add some more about what's proper and what you should be doing on the floor. We're also going to add some training on what goes into a budget bills, because we've been trying to keep a lot of legislation out of a budget bill, and that's becoming more and more upfront. During the 5 or 6 years I've been in the legislature, we're getting more and more bills put into the budget bill, and that bypasses the public testimony phase of committees and puts it right in as an amendment into the budget, and that's not the way it's supposed to be. And so this has been a problem in the past, and it's continuing to be a problem right now, that we're getting people trying to put legislation in a budget bill where it should not be. So in that training, we're going to beef that up in a number of ways. Ethics, you mentioned ethics, but also what is appropriate to put in a budget bill. So there's a number of things we're going to add into those training.
Well, yeah, it's just like any job. I mean, even at my job, my boss told me yesterday, don't forget to do your trainings. I mean, yeah, it doesn't matter what you do anymore. And just like you said, we're doing different stuff with bills that we're not supposed to be doing. So maybe we need a refresher course, or we need a little more training. But yeah,
and it's very complicated when a new legislator comes online. There's a lot to learn in a short period of time, so they can hit the ground running. When I came on, it was during COVID, so we didn't get that training. And I've found over the years there's holes in my training that I missed out on. So I'm grateful that these new legislators can come to Cheyenne, spend a day, and get that training to help them hit the ground with their boots on the ground. They can be more effective and be successful as a legislator.
Yeah, for sure. As chairman of the Select Committee on School Finance Recalibration, Representative Heiner had a lot to do with this. This has been a lot of talk. We had Superintendent Dagenfelder on yesterday. The recalibration bill, and Governor Gordon was on yesterday. He had some things with this, talked about the isolation silo, the small schools not getting as much as the big schools. How do we balance the needs of the small rural schools with the higher cost of education with the more populated schools? How do we balance it all out?
So in the bill, what was passed, it does protect a lot of those smaller schools. There's some floors that they have so that there's a minimum number of teachers that will be in those schools. And we looked at a lot of those schools individually to make sure it wouldn't impact them. So right now we're waiting for the Wyoming Department of Education to write the rules that will further define some of these things. But most of the schools have been taken care of, including the small schools. There's a minimum number of teachers for the small schools. But going into recalibration, Jeff, our number one focus was the classroom. We wanted to make sure the teachers had the wages that they needed to be successful, that we could hire and retain the best teachers, because there's data out there that shows that, that you can have a great facility, brick and mortar, technology, and all these things, but the number one thing that affects education is a good teacher. So we wanted to make sure we had the best teachers here in Wyoming. So they will get significant, and because of recalibration hasn't been done for 15 years, Jeff, it's required by statute and by the courts, the Supreme Court of Wyoming, to do this every 5 years, but it has not been done until this year. And so we had some catching up to do. So our teachers will see a significant wage increase as a result of this recalibration. It'll be 20 to 30% wage increase. Now, we limited it. It can only be 10% per year for the next 3 years. So they could see up to 30% wage increase over the next 3 years to get them up to where they need to be successful, so we can hire and retain the best teachers here in Wyoming. The other thing we did is we increased the number of adults in the classroom so that we have 2 to 3 adults in each classroom now, so that we can be more effective in teaching. This is the model of having one teacher in front of 20 students by him or herself. That's passed. Yeah. The model now is to have multiple adults. So you have tutors, you have learning aides, you have paraprofessionals in addition to the teacher, so that if one student is falling behind, there's help right there in the classroom to keep them up to speed and to help those that may be struggling. And you don't lose 1 or 2 of them because they don't get the individual attention that they need. So we're putting $125 million a year more into education. We're protecting the classroom so that when we give raises in the future, those teachers will get those raises. Jeff, over the past 3 years, as a legislature, we approved 12% raises for teachers. And a lot of those teachers didn't get those. With this silo that we put in place, when we give a raise, it will go to the teachers. It won't go somewhere else. So we want to protect what's most important to our educational system are the teachers, and we want to protect that.
Yeah, exactly. And retain them and keep them here in the state, which is huge. One thing I like with the recalibration bill, you mentioned it adds additional positions immediately, also including one counselor and a nurse, which my wife works in an elementary school, and she always says the nurse is always, busy nonstop, and we need more counselors. We see it. I mean, we just saw in Buffalo the awful tragic situation there, the kids getting bullied. We need more places where these kids can turn to.
Yes, and with the recalibration bill, we added personnel for counselors as far down as elementary schools and nurses, so that will help alleviate some of those issues, Jeff. And additionally, we added some more help for resources. Right now we're not finished with recalibration. It was a heavy lift, one of the most difficult committees I've ever been on. But we had to carve it out into 2 segments because we couldn't do it all in one summer. We did the traditional issues of recalibration last year. This year, now we've already started meeting, and we're going to deal with things like technology, like nutrition and security. So those are elements that we still have to resolve, and we'll be doing that this summer.
Yeah. What further steps do we plan to take to ensure that school funding prioritizes classroom instruction over administrative overhead?
Well, the silo, that was the primary thing there, is to make sure that what is allocated for the classroom stays in the classroom, and giving them additional resources, additional help, more adults in the classroom, and providing more money for struggling students so we can get more resources there. So the learning environment happens in the classroom. And, one of the things we're dealing with right now are computers. How many and computers are necessary? How much screen time we have for our students? There's data out there that shows that there's a sweet spot for computers in learning environment. You put too much screen time in front of these adolescents, and it actually hurts their developmental progress. I see that with my own grandchildren. If they spend too much time on the screen, holy cow, their discipline. I just was babysitting one of my grandsons this past week during spring break, and he's 8 years old. And I had a hard time until we finally took his screens away from him, and then I just loved being with him. We read books, we went outside, we enjoyed each other doing things in the country. That's what we need to be sure and not give too much screen time in the schools. There's a sweet spot. We're trying to find out what that is, and there's a lot of data out there. But the judge wants one-to-one computers all the way down to kindergarten, and we're trying to find out what science really says about that.
Yeah. We're chatting with Representative Scott Heiner here on Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Well, you're big on property taxes. Well, thanks. My property taxes went down this year. So whatever whatever you guys did, I appreciate it. How do we help with the costs of, just to address the rising costs of living in the state of Wyoming? I don't know how these young people can move into the state with the prices of housing right now.
So I'm glad you brought that up, Jeff. It was always, when we passed our 25% property tax reduction last year, it was the intent of the House chamber to provide backfill or to replace some of that lost revenue for the counties and municipalities and cities and towns. That didn't fly. The other chamber and the governor didn't want to do that. So we came back this session and we provided that backfill through House Bill 107, which is direct distribution. We provided an additional $42 million to help counties, towns, and municipalities deal with the reduction in revenue because of property tax relief. The fact of the matter is the state has a surplus of money. And when we mandate that we reduce taxes, what we're trying to do is get some of that surplus back to the taxpayer. And that's how we are doing that now, is through this direct distribution. So it adjusts the sales tax percentage that goes back to the towns. The governor recommended $105 million. We bumped that up to about almost $150 million to provide some additional revenue for our counties, towns, and municipalities as they lose this revenue from reduced property tax. And in this essence, what we're doing is we're taking some of that surplus from the state and putting it back into the hands of our taxpayers, or leaving it in their hands. We're not putting it back. We're just making it so where they get to keep some of that money. So that will help with these young families and the older generations that are on fixed income to be able to handle the rising inflation costs. But the other thing that's important, Jeff, is our government spending over the past 6 years has increased about 60%, 59% actually, since 2019. So we're trying to control spending. We're trying to reduce the growth of government. And that's what we did on our budget this year. We didn't cut anyone, but we reduced the growth of government. And that's something we want to continue to do, slow the growth. And so those dollars stay in the pockets of our taxpayers, and they can use that money to pay for their bills, to pay for food on the table, to make their rent or their mortgage payments. And that's where it needs to be. The individual families, they know where best to spend that money. We don't need the government to decide.
Yeah, for sure. As a founding member of the Freedom Caucus, all of you guys are in the House. All you guys and gals are in the House. What if Chip Nyman wins and he goes to the Senate? What happens?
We will continue to do the best for the state of Wyoming we can. And Jeff recognized the Freedom Caucus isn't as big as the media plays it out to be. It's just a few small number, but we do have a lot of conservatives, and they're not members of the Freedom Caucus, but they vote conservatively. And that's the basis of the Freedom Caucus. We're for smaller government, less taxes, less regulations. We're pro-life. So all of the things of the Republican platform. We're Republicans in true form, and we have quite a large group in the House that are conservative, and we vote similar because we vote with the Republican platform.
Yeah.
So losing Chip, if he goes to the Senate, we'll get somebody in there hopefully with the similar ideals that will vote conservatively, and we'll continue on as we have in the past.
Yeah, and do we help everybody out with their campaigns? I mean, we obviously want to keep all of our Freedom Caucus people at the Capitol.
So yeah, we've got a close-knit group. We're helping each other, with whatever we can, not monetarily.
No, but
there's been rumors. Yeah. There's been some people out there that said that the Freedom Caucus gives us $30,000 checks. I'm still waiting for that check. I don't know where it got hung up, but somehow it didn't show up in my mailbox. But we help each other. This conservative group, we're always communicating. It's a close-knit group because we have similar ideals, and we're all striving to do what's right for the state of Wyoming. Yeah. And a group effort is stronger than individual. So that's why we work together as a group. Yeah.
I mean, you mentioned it. It's probably growing. You have 7 kids, 13 grandkids. What are we going to do, Representative, this summer? Do they all come see you, Grandma and Grandpa? Do you guys go see them? What's the plans?
Oh, Grandma and Grandpa goes to see them more often than they come to see us. I retired 5-6 years ago, so I have a little bit more time to do that. I retired and went into the legislature, so this is my full-time job as a legislator now. But the reason I'm doing this, Jeff, is because of my grandkids, because of future generations. There's an old Greek proverb that says, society flourishes when old men plant trees under whose shade they will never enjoy. I'm trying to plant trees for my grandkids right now and for future generations of the state of Wyoming. So as we pass legislation in the legislature, as we pass bills, I always think to myself, how will this affect future generations? What effect will this have 10 years from now? Will it be good, or will it be a detriment to them? And we're trying to do good. And I think most legislators feel the same way. They want to create something that's going to be beneficial to generations to come.
Awesome. Well, Representative Scott Heiner, thanks so much. Happy Easter. Thanks for much coming on the show. Have a great day.
He is risen, and I'm so grateful for my Lord Jesus Christ.
Amen. We'll be right back after this.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the Capitol to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show, weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled, perfect for everyone else.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear. But don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks.
Ooh.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the-right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane. Woo! You got this.
as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am an U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right?
I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Welcome back. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake right here on cowboystatedaily.com. Hopefully everything's working. I think so. You can hear me out there. I just can't hear anything that's going on. But that's all right. As long as you can hear me, we're good. Wyoming's agriculture. It's a $1.6 billion industry. Wyoming agriculture may be 93% family-owned farms and ranches, but it's grown into a $1.6 billion industry. The numbers show cattle is the largest driver, and tiny Goshen County is the state's agricultural giant with production of more than 204 million. That's insane. The Wyoming Farm Bureau has released a map showing agriculture's annual economic impact by county, both in terms of production and in acreage of land. And here to talk about it, it's Karen Clark, the Executive Vice President of Wyoming Farm Bureau. Good morning, Karen. Thanks so much for coming on.
Good morning, Jeff. Thank you for the opportunity to join you this morning.
Well, man, it's the first time that Wyoming Farm Bureau has put together a map reflecting the value agriculture contributes by county across the state. How do we come up with these figures?
You bet. Well, we've had these figures always, and we use the neighboring states idea, one of our fellow farm bureaus, to put them into a map and look at, because pictures always paint words that paint a picture that is so easy to understand. And so these numbers came from the United States Department of Agriculture Census of Agriculture from 2022. And that census is conducted every 5 years. And so that's where those numbers came for this map, and just a way for us to put a visual picture on agriculture production across the state of Wyoming.
Yeah. Market value of products sold. I mean, it's just incredible. What surprised you when you saw these numbers?
I don't know that there was a large surprise, because we know the value of agriculture when we think about farmers and ranchers and what they represent. What I think the surprise is, or if you want to, like the great factor about the map, is just being able to picture what an impact each of the counties have. We looked and we ranked it, of course, by the way the numbers came in by value of production by the top 10 counties. When you look at all 23 counties, they all contribute, whether it be by the market value of products sold. And then we also just look and think about the unquantifiable numbers, Jeff, that you can put towards what agriculture contributes to the state of Wyoming. And that could be, that's wildlife habitat, the ripple effect into the economy by purchasing back in with their communities, at the implement companies, the feed stores, the veterinarians, all of those different components, and how that makes up Wyoming agriculture by the numbers.
Yeah, I was shocked. I'm in Sheridan County. It said 747 farms or ranches in Sheridan County. I was blown away by that number.
Sure. When you look at agriculture, it can be all sizes. And that's the beauty of farming and ranching, is you've got that from the smaller to the acreages. And you see that in the map talks about the land also that's in farming and ranching. And so it takes us all to produce the food and make food and take care of the land here in Wyoming.
Yeah, it's incredible. Goshen County, one of the smallest counties in the state by population. The top spot for value of ag production at $204.6 million. What are they doing there?
Well, Goshen County prides themselves on being the cattle capital of Wyoming, and they definitely have a lot of cattle in Goshen County, and also a lot of irrigated agriculture. And so, when you look at the access to irrigation water, and just Wyoming is a diverse state. So whether it be the soil, the precipitation, the annual precipitation, the weather that they get, and so a lot of that is attributed to the work there in Goshen County. But you're exactly right. When you look at the numbers, Goshen County has 736 farms and ranches in that county, and so they do contribute a lot. Again, a cattle capital of Wyoming, but also a lot of irrigated agriculture. There's a lot of alfalfa, hay, a lot of different crops.
Yeah, it's like that whole eastern side of the state. Just the numbers are ridiculous. Carbon County claims the most ranch and farmland at 2,866,000 acres. Wow, that's impressive. I mean, Carbon County is a pretty big county, but incredible. And then Campbell County, close behind at 2.5 million acres. Did that surprise you at all?
Well, knowing the state and knowing the size of those counties, it definitely makes sense. And when you think again about the topography and the amount of acres it takes to run an AUM, so like how many acres it takes for either cattle or sheep to graze, it definitely is a diverse when we move across the state. Jeff, when we look at those numbers, I like to think about those numbers, and if you think about those lands remaining as working lands and what that contributes, we've got on this map an economic number. But when you think about that amount of acreage and the amount of private land that is it remained in working land, and what that contributes to the habitat for the Wyoming's wildlife, it's really incredible. And a lot of the different pieces and conversations that we have here across the state, when you look at tourism and wildlife, we're all connected as industries, and of course, the mineral industry leading our state. The land remaining a working land, when I go back to that wildlife component, providing that habitat for wildlife is so very important. And so many farmers and ranchers have wildlife that are grazing on them on those working lands.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, that's why we have the wildlife we have, is because of all the open space that is in the state of Wyoming. So it's great.
Wyoming is very proud of our open space, that clean air. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Now, Karen, you were appointed in 2024. You've had almost 30 years with Wyoming Farm Bureau, which you must have started when you were 5. I don't know. How's it been, the transition?
Sure. Well, it's just an incredible honor, Jeff, to serve as the executive vice president of the Wyoming Farm Bureau Federation. You're right. Over almost 3 decades, which sounds crazy to me. Time flies when you're having fun. So I can hardly picture that year 32 coming up here to celebrate this summer. But it's been just an incredible honor. I grew up in a centennial ranching family, and I've always known that I've wanted to advocate for agriculture. And so to have the opportunity to serve as the executive vice president and represent farmers and ranchers from across the state of Wyoming in policy and implementing the policy that they drive. So very much an honor to take what I've learned in those years and implement it through this position. Jeff, it's an honor. Our organization started in 1920, and we're true grassroots. So those counties that you see on that map, we have farmer and ranchers in every one of those states that in every one of those counties that we represent. And so it really is an honor when I look at and visualize and picture that map. When you think about all of the farmers and ranchers and what they do, they're giving back. We've talked about the numbers. We've talked about the wildlife habitat, the ripple effect to the economy. We're so proud of those members as well. They give back to their communities, whether it's serving on their school boards or volunteer firefighters or on their church. So many different ways that they contribute to the communities. And here in Wyoming, we value people, and people are really, truly who we are in Wyoming. So it really has been an honor.
Yeah. For sure. What are the top priorities for strengthening agricultural advocacy in Wyoming?
You bet. Well, that is our mission, is to strengthen agriculture and enhance Wyoming communities. And our top policy priorities, really protecting private property rights. So we take a look from the lens at everything that we do in how does that protect private property rights. That's a very important topic for us. Also looking at constitutional government and really what are ways, when we look at our policy priorities, what are ways that we want to make sure that the regulations are not restrictive to for producing food and keeping those working lands working. So we look at wildlife. We've talked about that. So we're looking forward to some discussion here in the interim during the legislative session on recognition and landowner habitat issues. So we'll have looking forward to that conversation. That topic was just approved yesterday by the Legislative Management Council. And so really an important conversation that we need to have. Water is, of course, always an important policy priority for us. We're very pleased with the funding that came forward, Representative Hageman, she was able to secure for the Goshen Irrigation District there. Our aging infrastructure here in the state of Wyoming is of utmost concern. And so it's very important for us to be able to continue being able to get that water moving. Of course, fires are a big issue this year. Very concerned. I mean, we're just at the beginning of April. And if you look at what's happening in our neighboring states, so the fire season could definitely be intense. This drought year is going to have a very large impact on the state of Wyoming. We were very pleased that the state legislature supported the state forestry office with some additional positions, 24 additional positions to be prepared for wildland fire suppression. So those are a few of our policy priorities.
Yeah, well, you just answered like my next two questions, but
okay.
that's what I was going to ask, because I mean it's been dry and wildfires. How do we support ranchers in dealing with wildfire mitigation? What are we telling them?
Sure. So when it comes to wildfire mitigation, the landowners definitely, they're the boots on the ground. So they are prepared where that land is. I think it's something all of us in Wyoming need to be very cognizant of, whether you're a recreationalist on public lands, whether that be state lands or federal lands. I think it's very important to be cognizant how dry it is out there. And really, it is going to be essential for all Wyoming citizens to really understand the impact of fire and what just a spark from a vehicle driving across a dry patch could do, or campfires in areas where they're not supposed to be. And so I think it's important for all of us to just be really cognizant of that. We'll continue praying for rain. We got some beautiful rain yesterday here in the southeastern corner. It's going to take a lot to pull out of this drought for sure, but definitely any bit of rain that we can get coming. And then drought declarations are something that the FSA has released and come forward with, and so we'll continue working on that and supporting ranchers. And again, like I said, with the legislature supporting the state forestry office, because all of the pieces are connected, right? So you've got the state lands, the federal lands, private lands, and working together really need to be able to work to suppress those fires.
Yeah, we're chatting with Wyoming Farm Bureau Executive Vice President Karen Clark. What do we see as the biggest opportunity for Wyoming farmers and ranchers here in the next 5 years?
That's a great question. There's a lot of changes coming at the federal level with the administration that are really, we are very hopeful, some great steps in the right direction that will help with some of that regulatory tape that has made it difficult for farmers and ranchers. A couple of those things, product of the U.S. labeling and enforcement on, Americans want to know where they're buying, where that food comes from. So that product of the USA label is a voluntary label. It's a step in the right direction, and that enforcement of that to open up the market so that consumers can make the choice, that they can say, all right, we want to buy American grown processed meat. Other things too that we're looking at on some regulations, the EPA has just worked on some regulations on the diesel exhaust fluid, and we're hopeful on that. The cost of equipment has just skyrocketed as it has across all levels for consumers. Inflation has definitely had a large impact. But a lot of those regulations had added to the cost of the inputs. And so while a lot of different pieces and opportunities, hopefully for the markets to grow and expand and then not be as limited. We were recently at the White House last week for what was called a Great American Agriculture Celebration, and had the opportunity to hear about some of those regulations and changes there. One of the things that I think is so important to remember about farmers and ranchers, and President Trump said this as well, and Secretary Rollins has been speaking with him a lot. We appreciate all the work that she is doing on behalf of agriculture on the federal level. But farmers and ranchers really want to just do their work. So they're not looking for anything to come their way or anything. They really just want a level playing field. So those trade deals, the opportunity for consumers to know what they're buying at the store. So really, really optimistic for the future of agriculture.
Yeah, we're almost to the top of the hour here. We got about 20 seconds to go. I just want to thank Karen. I mean, she's dedicated her entire life for Wyoming agriculture. I mean, what a lady. And you grew up 30 miles north of Laramie. And I mean, I went to UW. I was like, holy crap. How harsh were some of those winters that you had to live through?
Sometimes we didn't get to country school. Yeah, those were rough winters for sure. I'd love to see just even a quarter of that amount of snow here soon as well. But very much a blessing. I'm a UW alum as well. Absolutely love this state, love agriculture. And it's so important that we continue to advocate for farming and ranching, because food is a national security issue, Jeff. It's so important for us. And so thank you for the opportunity to share about Wyoming agriculture today.
Yeah, Executive Vice President of Wyoming Farm Bureau, Karen Clark. Thanks so much for coming on the show, Karen.
Thank you.
It's the top of the hour. It's time for news. We'll be back right here on CowboyStateDaily.com.
It's time to take a look at what's happening. It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. The Wyoming Legislature's Management Council decided Wednesday to add more ethics training for state legislators. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports the move comes in the wake of the House checkgate controversy this past session.
They talked about 11 minutes. Representative Mike Yin, who's minority floor leader in the House, said, well, this investigative committee had 3 pieces of guidance for us, the Management Council. One is take on some more training. Another is consider signage at the entrances to the chambers. And another was to look at what other states are doing for policies in this area.
This need for more ethics training stems from an incident that happened during the year's lawmaking session when Teton County-based conservative activist Rebecca Bextel handed out $1,500 in checks to at least 4 state House of Representative members on the House floor on February 9th, the first day of the session. One of Campbell County's oldest homesteading families is proposing a land swap and sale that could unlock 250 million tons of coal on Wyoming state land. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that supporters pitch it as a win-win for the ranch and the state, but it won't be easy.
This is really the first step in a long, complicated process that's part of an even longer, complicated process. For the family, it goes back to the 1970s and before, when they were trying to develop the property and were shut down by, essentially had their coal condemned by this federal law from the 1970s. And so they're sticking with it. They're trying to move it forward. They're working with their neighbors who are advocating for them and went before the commission to ask for the support. But the skeptics would say, hey, look, there are federal coal leases out there that aren't really even being bid on. Is there really a demand?
The proposal presented to the Campbell County Commission on March 18th by McKenna Sorensen and her father Charles would have the state buy the Halls family condemned coal rights and use them as leverage in a federal mineral exchange that could unlock up to 250 million tons of coal currently stranded in state school trust land. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Wyoming agriculture in the classroom connects students to Wyoming's land and industries, engaging Wyoming students through curriculum designed for teachers to use in the classroom. Our curriculum, Wyo Wonders, teaches so many important things like agriculture, minerals and energy, outdoor recreation, and tourism. Use it for free now at wyowonders.org.
Looking for a real Wild West experience? Cody, Wyoming's got your ticket to ride. They've been throwing down since 1919 with the world-famous Cody Stampede Rodeo. And when the sun sets, the Cody Night Rodeo keeps the action going every night all summer long. It's bulls, broncs, and big-time cowboy energy in the only town where rodeo is a nightly tradition. Because here in Cody, rodeo's not just an event, it's a way of life. The Cody Stampede Rodeo.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Former BP chief Bernard Looney has been named CEO of Wyoming startup Prometheus Hyperscale, which plans 2 AI data centers totaling $30 billion. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that Looney says Wyoming's energy edge makes it the right place for the build-out.
Prometheus Hyperscale is getting ready to kick things into a higher gear. This guy that they have tapped, Bernard Looney, he's kind of halfway famous oil and gas executive. He was BP's executive CEO, but this guy's undeniably talented.
Looney has been involved in many other huge projects for oil and gas around the world, including Indonesia, West Africa, the United States, and Trinidad. The Pro Rodeo Cowboys Association says rodeo champions being celebrated at the White House for the first time in more than 40 years is a huge boost for the sport. Cowboy State Daily's Kate Meadows reports that the Pro Rodeo Cowboys Association says, quote, "It's a good time to wear a cowboy hat."
There were 10 rodeo champions who came to the White House. Most of them represented the PRCA. Some of them represented the Women's Professional Rodeo Association. All of them were athletes who had won world champions in their event. As the nation will celebrate its 250th birthday this year, the president is focused on celebrating the nation's independence and the grit of America.
Paul Woody, Chief Marketing Officer for the PRCA, tells Cowboy State Daily that interest in the sport has been on the rise since the COVID-19 pandemic because it was one of the few activities that was able to continue operating and gave communities an opportunity to get together. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
I did cheerleading through high school. I went to the Colts cheerleading and I loved it. I was about to go to work and my arm went numb on me. I knew I couldn't speak and I collapsed.
After 36 hours, Tessa's worried family and friends called police, who found her on the floor after suffering a stroke.
For 2 days, I was unconscious. I don't remember anything.
Thanks to the American Heart Association's support of life-saving research and medical breakthroughs, Tessa got her life back.
I don't have a limp anymore, and I am so encouraged because I can speak now.
To learn more about how the American Heart Association is saving lives, go to helpheart.org.
Six minutes past the hour. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, right here on cowboystatedaily.com. Jeff filling in for Jake this week. Jake's on vacation. Wherever you are, however you're tuning in this morning, we appreciate you listening. You can watch us on YouTube, Facebook, X, or right there on our website, cowboystatedaily.com. You can also join the program. Text me or call me, 307-620-8866. State bans Wild Fresh Farms near Cheyenne from selling certain meats after complaint. That story hit yesterday on our website. Wild Fresh Farms near Cheyenne had its cooler locked and was ordered to stop selling certain meats after a state complaint over its license. The owners argued they protected under the Wyoming Food Freedom Act and plan to fight the restriction. Here to discuss this is Tommy Nicely, an owner of Wild Fresh Farms and has been dealing with a host of regulatory hurdles. First, Tommy, thanks so much for coming on the show.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Well, man, we've talked about you guys a couple times this week, and then the story hits yesterday, and we're like, what is going on here? Representative Ann Lucas was on yesterday. She was at the city council meeting when they were trying to annex the farm. What's going on with Wild Farms in Cheyenne and Laramie County, Tommy?
Well, I don't think Cheyenne wants a farm stand in its midst, but I think there's just some clarification that needs to happen in the law because we do feel like we're operating lawfully, and they read the statutes a little differently than I do, and I think they read them differently, the people enforcing them, than the legislatures who wrote them. So that's where we're at now.
Yeah.
The complaint came from the Laramie County Environmental Health Department. So,
yeah, about the meat.
Yeah, like one business day after our meeting, and I was unclear. I needed to call them quickly. So,
one day after your meeting with who?
We had a meet before the last vote on March 9th. They pulled us in. The city finally met with us. And we were supposed to just sit down. I thought we were going to sit down to finally say, here's the heads of the department. They know the municipal code better. they've looked at the municipal code and have decided that some of these codes are incongruent with or could contradict some general ag practices. So let's work something out. And we got into the meeting, and instead of them trying to figure out how we could work out a solution to bring Cheyenne in, it was more of a, we're going to pull your at-home license. We don't think you're falling under that when you're annexed into the city. We don't believe that the activities of Y-Fresh Farm fall under the Wyoming Right to Food and Ranch Act, and we don't believe you're following the Wyoming food freedom laws. So we're looking at my rights and permitted uses to say, yeah, we don't think they apply to you. And I was thinking like, hey, why can't we just sit and talk about, can I have an electric fence like you do with the goats? You know, an amendment has to be made. That's what, but joke was on me. So.
Wow. Well, that's interesting that you just told us that story, because yeah, then the city council meeting, then this happens. So the Wyoming Department of Ag comes out, locks your freezers because they say you're selling meat without a license. You claim the Wyoming Department of Ag and yourselves came up to an agreement back in 2022 that you didn't need a license because you're not selling your own meat. I mean, tell us about this. Tell me, how does this work with you guys and the people that are bringing you the product, the products?
So yeah, we don't buy anything and resell it. It's all, we just act as a farmer's market. So we're just acting as a designated agent. Our farm is located in the city now, and well, not it's surrounded by the city. Yes. It's not part of the city. And so we just shared that opportunity. So that happened in 2020 when the powers that be, the government, the public health department, shut down the farmers markets. And so we had an online farmers market where we delivered, or people could pick it up at our place, you know, following social distancing rules. And we're like, let's share our little farm with other farmers and with the Cheyenne community. You know, we're close in, it's really convenient. So they have tried to stop the sale of meat before under the statute 11, which, or statute 35, which has to do with public health and safety. But even in that statute, it does state that an agricultural producer shall be exempt from all licensing requirements for processing, distributing, storing, or sale of any raw agricultural commodity that they produce. Now, we're acting as a designated agent. So it works very much like a consignment store. They stock their stuff, they label it, they set their prices. Right at the cash register, the sales are diverted to our different farmers and vendors. And then it doesn't state under the public health and safety about a designated agent. It doesn't explicitly exclude, but it doesn't also explicitly state. But under Title 11, within the Ag, Livestock, and Other Animal statutes, it does explicitly state what a designated agent is, which is how we're operating. So I don't know how they, I think also if you look at the state legislation, even the part where they talk about agricultural producer, I think the legislature has been really clear that they're trying to make it easier for farmers and ranchers and make it easier for Wyomingites to have access to Wyoming food. And I don't think that's a far jump to say that was the intention of these codes and statutes.
Yeah. And now trying to handcuff you while you're doing it. We're talking with Tommy Nicely from Wild Fresh Farms here on CowboyStateDaily.com. I mean, you guys can't be the only one doing this.
No, we're not. And you can do things differently. I have talked to some other farm stands. Some farm stands said, yeah, we've needed to. Others haven't. So another thing that I feel like the city has implied is that we're just trying to do whatever we want, which I would love to do that, by the way. But before we open this, I called the county. I think I called the county attorney, and he referred me to the county planning. And then I even went ahead and called, at that point it was called the health department, Laramie County Health Department, to say, this is kind of what I want to do. And I talked to some legislatures, and then there was only one farm stand that was operating up at Gillette at that time with Frank Wallace. And I believe his sister helped write some of the Food Freedom Act. Talked to him, and, you know, after doing my due research, made a bunch of business decisions based on what I was told. And yeah, they're wanting to challenge that. So
it's just crazy. I mean, you have it in coolers. Everything's done right. It's not like meat's just sitting on the counter rotting. I mean, I could understand that if we have like health department issues or something, but this is, I don't know. The city council meeting with Representative Ann Lucas on yesterday, she was just appalled. I mean, the community support was incredible, but she was appalled by the county commissioner, the city councilors. They wouldn't even listen to people's, you know, trying to stick up for you guys and supporting Wild Fresh Farms. They have it in their head. Well, I mean, the annexation, so you guys are county, but the city is all around you, though, now, as Cheyenne has grown, right, Tommy?
correct. Yeah.
Yeah, so the city just wants to, they want to engulf you as part of the city and not be county, and that it doesn't matter what they have to do, it seems like, to do it. But yeah, I mean, I saw your dad on a video. If you go to your guys' Facebook page, he said there's already plans. They have a plan where a road's going right through your guys' farm.
Yeah.
And
that was a fun omen for 2020 because it was called Plan Cheyenne 2020. But there's still a Jefferson Street cuts right through the middle of it.
Yeah, right through the middle of the farm, the one that they own. But yeah, it's because how long have you guys owned that piece of land?
Since 2007.
Yeah, almost 20 years.
Yeah.
And how long have you had how long have you had the store?
Only since 21 or 22.
Okay. But still, that's 4 or 5 years.
Yeah. Yeah. So, we've been.
Oh, did she freeze up on us? We'll see if Tommy comes back here. Just another technical glitch on our stuff today, but maybe that's on her end. Maybe they shut her internet down while she's doing the interview. They do have a meet and meet event that's coming up Friday at 3. We'll see if we can get her back on here. Looks like she's frozen here. Let's see if we go back here. Let's see if Tommy comes back here. But yeah, they have a meet-to-meet event this Friday at 3, which is more ironic because the farmers are going to be present. So they're allowed to sell their meat at the farm stand if the producers are present because some of the producers have licenses. So they can still sell their meat. So if you go there Friday at 3, with the meet and meet event out at Wild Fresh Farms, you can still buy meat there. But yeah, it's just, it looks like we lost Tommy completely. But a big thanks to Tommy Nicely for coming on the show. Go and check out the article on CowboyStateDaily.com. Yeah, they've locked up their freezers, and the state has banned Wild Fresh Farms from selling certain meats after a complaint. We'll see where this goes. But yeah, these guys are trying as hard as they can to not get annexed into the city and to keep their livelihood going. It's crazy. Let's see here. What do we got coming up next? Oh, yeah. The end of an era. Little America Hotel near Green River being torn down. Alexandra Flip, I think that's how you pronounce her last name. We'll find out. The executive director of the Wyoming Historical Society is going to come on next. We're going to chat a little bit about the Little America. The story yesterday that was on our site, the Little America Hotel near Green River is being torn down. It's going to turn into a RV park. We'll discuss the history on that and more with Allie. She's coming up next here on Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Jeff filling in. You can send me a text, 307-620-8866. Hopefully everybody can still hear me out there. Haven't got a text yet today. Maybe I'll have to refresh that. Or you can go on the YouTube page and send me a message there. Stick with us. Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back after this.
JB Hunt now has CLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com. Seroptimist of Cody presents Uncorked and Untapped, the brand new tasting experience. Saturday, April 11th at the Cody Auditorium in Cody. Sample Wyoming crafted wine, bourbon, whiskey, and beer, plus incredible bites from local restaurants and food trucks. There'll be live games, a silent auction from 7 to 10 p.m. Get your tickets now at Legends Bookstore or online at codyseroptimist.org. Tickets are $50 now, $60 at the door. Must be 21 to attend. Uncorked and Untapped, where Wyoming comes to celebrate.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me.
That was perfect.
But I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner! Go?
Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there. We're the family.
Yeah!
Oh, I thought you were on my team.
.23 minutes past the 7 o'clock hour. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Jeff filling in for Jake as Jake's on vacation. Boy, the sun is shining here in Sheridan, Wyoming. What's going on with the weather? Let's head to the man that knows all, Mr. Don Day. Good morning, Don.
Good morning.
What's going on, Don? The sun is shining. I'm waiting for this massive storm, and now it's not coming till when? Later tonight?
Yeah, so we're in between systems, so there's a gap, although there's rain and snow not very far to your west right now. Raining and snowing around Jackson, across eastern Idaho, northern Utah, Rock Springs, Green River. So there's precipitation, not where you're at, obviously, but the sun will be out to start the day in the central and the east and the north. But later this afternoon and tonight, a storm that's in Idaho is going to slide in. And you mentioned a winter storm, and we will have a winter storm over the northern counties of the state, really cranking up overnight tonight. But it'll get started late afternoon and evening with some showers and thunderstorms even. But overnight and into Friday, the northern counties of the state, it's going to look like that we transported right back to January. It's going to be pretty wintry, so don't be deceived.
Wow. So, yeah, Easter plans, travel plans, how's tomorrow going to look?
Well, tomorrow by far is the worst weather. The bad news is travel weather in many parts of northern Wyoming, southern Montana, and South Dakota are going to not be good. Slushy, icy. It'll be warm enough. These spring storms a lot of times keep you from the ice packing the roads, but you can get still in icy, slushy conditions, and certainly the mountain passes. There's going to be a lot of wind as well. So the central and southern parts of the state are under a high wind warning. So spring storm, snow in some parts, wind in other places. It's going to be raw tomorrow, a lot colder, 30s and 40s. That's it. However, by the time we get past Friday night, while Saturday's a chilly, breezy day, Easter Sunday is going to be great. So our biggest travel problems are going to be the next 24 hours. After that, conditions for travel get much better.
Yeah, I think our winter warning here said 6 to 12 inches and 45-mile-an-hour gusts.
Yeah, yeah. Be prepared. We've been lulled into this false sense of, we're just not going to have any winter weather anymore. But anybody that's lived in Wyoming knows April and May, boy, you can get it. So be careful out there.
You never know. Well, we'll check in with you again tomorrow. And tomorrow morning it might be completely different than what we're seeing right now.
That's right. Yeah, I can see the sun shining on your shirt.
I can't even hardly lift my...
It's glorious, right?
It's like, holy cow, what just happened? I haven't seen the sun
we
in
call
2
that
days.
We call that a sucker hole.
Yeah, exactly. All right, on. Well, thanks, Don. Have a great day.
Bye.
There's Don Day. Yes, as I'm just getting blasted, I'm going to have to put my blinds down here because the sun is just right on me right now. And we haven't seen the sun for like 2 days. It's just been completely cloudy here in Sheridan, but we'll take it. Yeah, it's the calm before the storm. That's for sure. Well, we all heard the news, and we all got a little sad when we heard it. It's the end of an era. Little America Hotel near Green River being torn down. After decades as a popular oasis on I-80 in southwest Wyoming, the Little America Hotel near Green River is being torn down. It needed so many repairs that it's not cost effective, the general manager said. The business is shifting to an RV park. To discuss the closing is Allie here. Let's bring her in. I don't want to butcher her last name because I'm used to doing that. Alexandra, tell us your last name.
Yes, I'm Alexandra Philp.
Philp, okay, I was right. I said that before when I teased you. But yes, Allie Philp, the executive director of the Wyoming Historical Society. Thanks so much for coming on.
Yes, it's a pleasure to be here this morning.
Man, look at her backdrop. Where's that?
That is my family's historic cabin up by between Lysite and Thermopolis.
Wow, that's cool. That's an awesome picture. So yeah, I mean that was the first thing I thought of when my coworker told me like 2 days ago when the news broke. He's like, "Man, the Little America's getting torn down by Green River," and I was like, "Well, if it's anything like the one in Cheyenne, it's probably never had a remodel, and it costs way too much money to fix up this place." And that's exactly the story.
Yes, and it is, from a historical standpoint, it's very disappointing that they are doing that. But, time moves on, and at least the whole site is not being destroyed. And they are keeping the travel center. You can still get your ice cream. And most people that are traveling there now that stop, there's much more hotels. And so perhaps it's no longer the oasis that it is, but people can still get at least there's a drink of water and the ice cream that they can get across that stretch there. And, you know, it was kind of timely in the fact that just about a month ago, I actually wrote both a story and a blog on Little America and the history of it as part of the Travel and Tourism Convention for the Governor's Hospitality. And it's very interesting that then this news came out right after that. But the story is still there. Some of the history will still be there. I heard that they gave away a lot of the furniture and brick and mortar. So hopefully, I'm really hoping that the Sweetwater County Museum and maybe the Carbon County Museum got a hold of some of those things so that they'll still be preserved. If not, maybe some people have them out there. And I would definitely still encourage people to go and still see some of that history that's still there. So, but yeah, it was just a great Wyoming story. And the story itself of Wyoming is so indicative of Wyomingites and what we do. You know, it came from this fever dream of Covey, who was out there as a sheep herder and said, you know, I need, it would have been nice to have a place out here. And if you can imagine 130 years ago, how desolate it really was, how far away you were from any sort of civilization. Now, you know, we're 20 minutes. So,
yeah. Yeah, it's crazy how time passes. But, I mean, I grew up in Wyoming, and yeah, when you would take that stretch, the signs, I mean, you would just always look forward and then to the next sign, and then you're getting closer, and oh, you're almost there. Oh, the 25-cent ice cream cone. Oh, stop in, you know, come stay. Yeah, it was just, you saw it and you got excited.
Yes. And you know, I hope that still remains, that there is still some excitement. You know, the signs are still up. They're $1 now. No longer 5 cents or 25 cents, but still pretty affordable. And hey, they have flavors now. It's not just
it's not just vanilla.
Yeah, you can actually choose flavors. So I guess it's a little bit more worth your money. But you know, it's things exactly like this as the Wyoming Historical Society wants to do, is preserving these stories in the history. And if for financial reasons, structural reasons, the actual building cannot be saved, then we really hope that all the stories remain. You know, we hope that people that worked there over the years, that stayed there over the years, will write down their stories or do an oral history of it and still preserve that, and either get it to us, get it to the local museum, get it to Little America themselves. They love their history too, and they do a great job of recording their own history. And so if you have those stories, you know, we would love to have them, or get them out there, record them, write them down, and at least we will still have the stories.
Yeah. The penguin story. This is a great story. Now they say, well, the Penguins got even a better display at the new place. But tell us this story, Allie.
So, Bird's expedition to Antarctica, that's what Covey named Little America afterwards, because that was his home base down in Antarctica. And so Bird was really honored when he heard that this place in Wyoming was named after his home base down there in Antarctica. And so he sent a live penguin home. However, back then, no one really knew how to care for a penguin. We didn't really have, you know, marine biologists and, you know, to take care of the birds or zookeepers and things like that. So it actually passed away along the trip before ever reaching Boston Harbor. But they still sent the body of the penguin to Covey, and so then he had it stuffed, and so that's what's there and what's been there. And it's kind of then been a tradition then at all of the Little Americas, there is a stuffed penguin. So there's one in Cheyenne as well. And so there's the story of the emperor penguins that you can still see there. But, you know, I was kind of always hoping that at some point Little America might partner with some sort of conservation effort or something, and maybe have, you know, Denver Zoo or Salt Lake actually have the penguins come parade through the hotel. But never happened yet. Maybe they'll do it still.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be awesome. It'd be hilarious. Or if they had a penguin display there, bring in more tourists. Because are they both owned? The Cheyenne one and the Green River one, is it owned by the same people?
Yes, they are all owned by the same company. There's one in Cheyenne, the Green River, Rock Springs, right? Little America there, and then there's Little America and the Grand America in Salt Lake, and then there's one in Arizona and San Diego as well.
Oh wow!
And yeah, a little bit of other history for the Salt Lake one. The Grand America was actually built for the 2022 Olympics, and so now that they are coming back to Utah, maybe they're going to do some more there updates on that one.
Yeah,
not in our state, but it's really close, and everyone should still go.
Well, exactly. If you're heading that way, because the Cheyenne one, I remember it got a facelift. What, 15, 20 years ago?
Yeah, about 20 years ago. That's when they added on all of the extra ballrooms. It used to be much smaller. The cafe was there now, and I believe what's called the Cheyenne Room, and so they restructured everything, just had Hathaways there, and then built all of those new beautiful ballrooms and everything. I actually worked there for a little bit. I have a background in hospitality before doing this, and 15 years ago the talk was that they might eventually also tear down all of those rooms and build a tower instead on the other side, but it's been 15 years and I haven't seen anything happen, so I don't know. I don't know if that will ever happen either, but
yeah, we'll see. Well, Allie, the Wyoming Historical Society, give us an update. What's going on with the Wyoming Historical Society?
We are ramping up for 2026. We've just had a wonderful year. We were gifted a new museum here in Riverton, and so we're doing some renovations and updates on that, and going to reopen it. It's going to be the Coral Center for Wyoming Heritage. We're going to open that up this summer. And as soon as we get some of that stuff done, and we'll be across the state attending different events and encouraging people to attend all of their 250 events. We have another Wyoming Historian edition coming out this summer as well that will be a special 250th commemorative edition. It's going to have stories from every single county, both of our tribes, both of everyday histories and businesses and historic ranches from across the state to really do a beautiful compendium of Wyoming history for a 250th. There'll be a nice collector's edition, and we just encourage everyone, if you have those oral histories, if you have those everyday histories, to please submit them to us. It's info@wyshs.org. You can send them to us, and we're really hoping to really build up our website with those stories and make them accessible to everyone for Wyoming history. So we have a lot going on.
The Wyoming Historical Society, you can go check out their website. She just kind of mentioned it with the email. wyshs.org is their website if you want to go check
and
everything.
If they go under History Highways, there'll be 2 articles there on Little America that they can read as well. So.
Yeah, I was just going to give you a plug for that. History Highways, it's right up there, I think, in the History Hub on the website. Because, you have a series about getting in your car and going to experience the landscape of Wyoming. What's a hidden gem in Wyoming that you think needs a little more attention, Allie?
Honestly, I love the little out of the way museums. People that they don't stop, and there's so many of them. But definitely check out the Meeteetse Museum. They have been doing so much this past year and some renovations. Everyone knows of Charles Belden. And the photographer there, they just renovated his darkroom and digitized all of his photographs. That's a really great one, kind of center of the state. A lot of people kind of hit that area as well. So I go to the Meeteetse Museum, and then we didn't have much of a winter, but soon, lots of the historical places will be opening back up for the summer season, typically May 1st. And so you can go out and check those. On the eastern side of the state, I just love the Guernsey Cap. You can see it was a Conservation Corps, a couple buildings that were built back then. And it's there at the state park, and they're just beautiful examples of 1930s architecture and part of the Conservation Corps efforts then. And beautiful historical places with a great view of Guernsey Park. So those are some fun little ones to go to.
Wow. Yeah, because kids just sit in their house and play video games all day long now. How can we educate them? How can we get them out to go see some of this stuff?
It's all about making a personal connection. We do a lot of education, and it's always finding, and even with adults, it's finding that one thing that they are interested in and tying it into, and then they kind of get to go down that rabbit hole. There's lots of people that want to find out more about their own family history. And so, however they emigrated to Wyoming, and then they, find, they were part of, they came for the railroad, or they came for herding, or they came for mining, ranching, however they ended up in Wyoming and their families got here. Then maybe they learn a little bit more about the rest of the history that surrounded them. For kids, some of them, it's just, I have one that is very, very interested in, the Roman Empire and things like that. And so I always try and be like, well, how did that influence Wyoming? And so it's always ways to do it. One's really big into the British Empire, and they're being in Sheridan. There's lots of connections to the British royal family and lords and stuff, and be like, hey, Wyoming has connections throughout the whole world. And so you just find what their connection is and what they're interested in, and then tie it back. And so there's lots of hands-on activities. There's Platte River Bridge Company does a wonderful job there out of Casper. They do very interactive things for kids. They have, diseases of the West. And would you rather have them then or now? And they have little plushies of the diseases, and they hand them out. And so it's really good for the kids to do that. Anything that can get them hands-on and interactive tends to work really well with, children of all ages. But
Yeah. It doesn't matter what your age is.
Yes.
Alexandra Flip. Right?
Alexandra Philp.
Alexandra Philp. We'll just call her Allie. That's easier.
Yeah.
Executive Director of the Wyoming Historical Society. Allie, thanks so much for coming on the show.
Yes, we really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful morning.
Yes, you too. We'll be right back after this.
JB Hunt now has CLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains. But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Welcome back, Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, right here on cowboystatedaily.com, YouTube, Facebook, X. My name's Jeff, filling in for Jake this week and next. 3 shows down, 2 more to go this week. I usually host the Saturday show. There will be no Saturday show this week and next week because I'm already lack of sleep enough right now, let alone to do 6 days a week of the morning show. I think I might just sleep all day Saturday just to catch up from this week. Holy cow. Like I told you in the first hour, this show and my day job, I thought I could do it. And I'm doing it. But last night I was just like, boy, two days to go. 2 days to go. Come on. Doing the show, and then I go to work till 6. I've been pulling 12-hour shifts and then prepping for 4 or 5 hours for the next show. But hey, that's my problem. That's what my wife tells me. You do this to yourself. Jackie Dorothy. We chatted with her the other day, but she has another story. Wyoming bone hunter obsessed with wildlife as long as it's dead. Yes, this Kristen Hugo of Campbell has a fascination with dead things, especially wildlife. While bones and rotting animals are avoided by most, she seeks them out. The bone hunter is on a mission to share her passion for remains with others. Well, Jackie had the story. She's in the Zoom room. Good morning, Jackie.
Good morning. I got to tell you, it changes your perspective when you're walking around Wyoming, that's for sure.
Yes, it does. I mean, this was a great story, though. This Kristen Hugo of Campbell, she's got a TikTok channel called Roll Bones. I mean, all of her social media, she has over 366,000 followers. I mean, I guess it's attracting a crowd.
It really is. And when she first told me that she looked for bones, I thought fossils, and then when she said she collected them, I thought she was a hunter. And it was like, none of that. She actually just goes on hikes, just like what's behind me, and then she will collect bones or take pictures of them, take the best ones home. It's the funniest thing. And it really does give you a different perspective. And so I found myself taking some pictures of dead animals and different bones I found just to send to her saying, hey, look what I found. And I'm appreciating.
Yeah. Well, I guess with all the influencers and whoever else out there online, it's 2026. Now we can get followers with dead animals.
Yeah, it's so funny. I don't know if you had a chance to watch her channel, but I would definitely recommend it because one of my favorites was when she found this head of a baby lamb and she's like, oh, look, it's a baby. And she's like, oh, how cute. And you're looking at it like, really? It was great. Yeah, and I mean, she says she loves animals, but they're easier to take care of when they're dead.
Yeah, I love that line. I was like, I completely agree with you after I'm sitting here with my 4 animals that drive me nuts. Yeah, and the baby, she like takes the head and puts it in her coat and takes it. It's just like, what?
Yeah, so you did see it. It is the funniest thing because she's like, I don't have a bag, so I'll cuddle it here.
Did you see her house or what's her place look like?
Well, in the yard, she has buckets of skulls that she's been bleaching out, and then she goes and sells those. People love the horse skulls she sells, and she sells out all the time. Right now, she's in the Badlands. She got a riding, one of those riding retreats, and I can imagine she's walking around looking at bones and finding carcasses.
Oh, it's unbelievable. And what's funny is she didn't grow up doing this. It was like one of her friends took her on one of these adventures, and she was hooked.
Yeah, they were on a cross country run, and there it is in the ditch, and they're like, "Oh my gosh, what is this? What is this?" And they got excited because they found the bleached bones of a cow.
I mean, at first, when I'm reading this story, I'm like, this is odd. You know, this lady just, maybe she's unique. Maybe, you know, what's going on here? But then you read she got her master's degree in science journalism.
That's right. She actually specializes in this. And she's got a book coming out. That's the kicker too. She's doing it the traditional way. She got an agent, she has a publisher, and they're all psyched about her book about dead animals, carcasses.
Oh, yeah. She's onto something. I don't. Yeah.
It really is. I mean, what were we thinking? We're surrounded by it, especially here in Wyoming. And we missed the boat.
Yeah.
Darn it.
Well, here I got don't hit my space bar here. But here, I got my skull that we have a cabin up in the Bighorn Mountains, or my in-laws do. It has cat hair on it because it's been on my floor here overnight. But yeah, me and my son went across the creek one time when we were out adventure seeking, and nobody really goes across the creek because, you know, it's hard to cross the creek. So the creek was low. We crossed the creek. It was like a whole new world, and we ran into this. I don't know what it is, if it's a cow or elk, or I don't know what this skull is because I'm not that smart. But yeah, we were just amazed, and it was this whole carcass. We have a couple leg bones, we got a couple, you know, ribs, and then we got the skull. And I've had it for I don't know how long, 15 years or so. But yeah, it was just funny when I was reading this story, I was thinking of this and how cool it was. And even my son, he was, you know, he's not into that stuff either. But when it happened, I mean, he'll remember it for the rest of his life. And just like this lady, when it happened to her, now she's turning it into a career.
It is. It is just so much fun because the same thing happened to me. I have little rodent skulls, and then I start wondering, well, what are they? Is that a chipmunk? Is that a squirrel? And they were just, this is going to sound awful, but they were cute.
Yeah.
Because they were so tiny. And you start kind of having an appreciation for it. And that's what she wants people to realize, is that there's so much more out there when you're walking around. I've always been a rock collector. And I admit that once in a while I'll find those little skulls and I'll be like, oh, how cute is this? Or the big ones like you, and we don't know what they are. Yeah. And that too is, I think what did she say one time to me is that there are stories in these skulls, that each one has a story because the animal carried this around for their entire life. In the case of the baby lamb, it wasn't that long, but just think of the story your skull has, where you found it. All of that comes together.
Yeah. And yeah, I still have it. I don't know why, but yeah, I still have it.
I know, it's like, what do I do with this? Well, it's a good speaking piece. You know, you get people talking.
Yeah. Kristen,
so where do you keep your skull?
It's just my animals or what kept knocking it over, and it kept taking chunks out of it, or like the eye socket would break. So I was like, I got to put this somewhere. So I put it up high so my animals can't mess with it. But that's why there's cat hair on it now, because I brought it down last night and my cats have been sniffing it, and saying what is this thing? But this Kristen Hugo, she needs like a piece of land, or I could totally, you know, she needs like her Kristen Hugo Land of the Dead, or where because she's like, I want to take people on tours, you know, she needs something like that.
She really does. And so she is actually in talks with the BLM to be able to take people on bone hunting tours.
Yeah.
And this is something she is serious about, and she is enthusiastic. And when I asked her about her audience, she said, well, some of them are already in this niche, but most of them are just discovering it through her channel and are amazed by the world she's opened up. So I can't wait for her book to come out. I'm curious about, how do you write a book about carcasses and bones? What would it be about?
Well, that's what I was going to ask you, Jackie. What is going to be in this book? Is it just going to be pictures of dead animals or bones or what?
I have no idea. I actually don't know. She's just been like, I'm doing a book about carcasses. It's like, okay.
Well, and even on one of the pictures in the story, it's not just bones. I mean, she's got like deer stuck in.
Yes.
Yeah. It's just like, this lady's crazy. Because what does she do? Like, if she finds a dead carcass, does she actually take the whole thing home and clean it up?
I think she said about 90% of the bones she leaves. Maybe she takes home well, even less than that. So she takes home about 1 to 5% of the bones she finds. Most of the time, she's just finding them, taking pictures, documenting it. But then she had this one where that got all these views as people were following her progress. She had found an ear tag of a cow on a fence.
Yeah.
And then she found the cow and she got permission. And so it was this whole long thing where the rancher allowed her to go in there. And he's like, yeah, you can take the cow's head, because it fascinated her that this cow is missing an ear. So she solved the mystery. And those are the mysteries she's out there solving.
Unreal. Because I don't think I've ever been to Kemmerer. I mean, is there this many dead things hanging around Kemmerer?
Well, they're usually known for their fish fossils. So yes, there are. She said she could go 20 minutes in either direction and find a whole carload of bones if she wanted. And she finds it everywhere.
Yeah, and you mentioned
even in the cities, she'll go. It says, nope, you can find them anywhere. Go to a park, and there's little. And I'm thinking about the little rodents that I thought were cute.
Yeah.
I never thought I would say that out loud.
I guess when you're looking, because that's half of it. We're all got tunnel vision half the time. Got to open up sometimes and see what's out there.
And she's not just talking about bones or roadkill. She's talking about carcasses. Like, she crawled into a cave one time on one of her TikToks, and there was this coyote in the cave. And she's like, oh, I walked over it. I felt something squishy when I walked through. And so on the way back, she's like, look at this coyote. It must have crawled in. And she's like coming up with the whole story of how it got there.
Yeah, it's fascinating. You said it. Yeah, her quote, I just love that when you find a skull, this was in a living creature's head for its entire life, and every single thing that went through that might have affected its bones, and it's going to be shown there. I mean, who thinks this way? That's crazy.
Well, she said that she started finding bones that were oddly shaped and had these bumps on it, spurs. And so then she started having to dig into that and discover, how did these bones become shaped like this? Or even how the animal died and got there. Or just different deformities it might have had during its life.
Yeah, it's amazing. But yeah, and she's, I mean, she shared her stuff with National Geographic. So, I mean, she's everywhere now.
That is true. They picked up her story, and she's been in the New York Times and other big papers. And in Cowboy State Daily now.
And in Cowboy State Daily. Yeah, because, I mean, halfway through the article, I'm just like, this lady's nuts. And then she's got a master's degree, and she's writing a book, and so she's a good nuts. She's
making a living out of this.
Exactly.
I mean, even in the Badlands, how she got that writing retreat. I forget what they call them when the artist goes out and retreats into the world.
Yeah.
But it was all based on her bones, and she was like, "I'm going to create a workbook about how to do this."
It's unreal. Well, we had the Thermopolis story. You live in Thermop.
Yes.
What was the response from the town? They had to love this. You gave them some positive press.
It's been mixed, of course. You know how it is. People love. You're talking about the tourism story.
Yeah.
Right. Well, it's definitely been mixed, because even in our own household, people are like, don't tell people that we have a great place here. We don't want people to know. And I have to admit that I get a little overboard and I'm passionate about it, because I spent a couple of years as the tourism director here in Thermopolis. So I really know, it's like, I know how to talk this place up, but I've been told by people, shush, stop talking.
That's a typical Wyoming response.
Yes.
Right there, for sure.
We don't want our neighbors. Our neighbors can know, but we don't want those people in Spain and Colorado and Utah to know that we have a great place here.
Oh yeah, just like our mountains. Don't tell anybody. Those are our mountains.
Yeah. It is true. It's that catch-22. You want the people here. We like their money, but we also. It's why I kind of stress that when you get on the river, it's like the parking lot is really, at Wedding of the Waters especially, it can be packed, overflowing. They're talking about expanding it. But once you get on the river, within just a few minutes, you're by yourself. you'll see the occasional person pop up, or you'll get a big party of floaters, and they're usually locals coming by. And it's a great time there. And it is a great river.
Yeah. And book it now, because I don't know how our water is going to be come August.
Yes. Do it early in the months this year. That's for sure. Otherwise, I don't think you'll need a boat and you can just walk through.
No, yes, you'll just be wading through the creeks and rivers. Have we seen any moisture since we've talked? Is it coming? What's it looking like there?
I thought we were supposed to get rain, and it smelled like we had a little bit of rain, but I watched as the clouds disappeared. They just, it's a cloudless sky. So I know Montana got the snow just a few miles away from us. A few miles, 300 miles.
Yeah, just a couple hundred miles. But that's nothing when you're talking Wyoming. But well, great. Well, happy Easter, Jackie. Thanks so much for coming on.
Well, thank you. It was fun talking bones.
Yes,
of all things.
Of all things.
Who would have think?
A little bones in the morning. Go check out Jackie's story on cowboystatedaily.com. It's about the top of the hour. 2 hours down, 2 to go. You're going to hear from him at the top of the hour, and then we're going to talk to him. Mac Watson coming up next right here on Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. The Wyoming Legislature's Management Council decided Wednesday to add more ethics training for state legislators. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports the move comes in the wake of the House checkgate controversy this past session.
They talked about 11 minutes. Representative Mike Yin, who's minority floor leader in the House, said, well, this investigative committee had 3 pieces of guidance for us, the Management Council. One is take on some more training. Another is consider signage at the entrances to the chambers. And another was to look at what other states are doing for policies in this area.
This need for more ethics training stems from an incident that happened during the year's lawmaking session when Teton County-based conservative activist Rebecca Bextel handed out $1,500 in checks to at least 4 state House of Representative members on the House floor on February 9th, the first day of the session. One of Campbell County's oldest homesteading families is proposing a land swap and sale that could unlock 250 million tons of coal on Wyoming state land. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that supporters pitch it as a win-win for the ranch and the state, but it won't be easy.
This is really the first step in a long, complicated process that's part of an even longer, complicated process. For the family, it goes back to the 1970s and before, when they were trying to develop the property and were shut down or essentially had their coal condemned by this federal law from the 1970s. And so they're sticking with it. They're trying to move it forward. They're working with their neighbors who are advocating for them and went before the commission to ask for the support. But the skeptics would say, hey, look, there are federal coal leases out there that aren't really even being bid on. Is there really a demand?
The proposal presented to the Campbell County Commission on March 18th by McKenna Sorensen and her father Charles would have the state buy the Halls family condemned coal rights and use them as leverage in a federal mineral exchange that could unlock up to 250 million tons of coal currently stranded in state school trust land. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Wyoming Agriculture in the Classroom connects students to Wyoming's land and industries, engaging Wyoming students through curriculum designed for teachers to use in the classroom. Our curriculum, Wyo Wonders, teaches so many important things like agriculture, minerals and energy, outdoor recreation, and tourism. Use it for free now at wyowonders.org.
Looking for a real Wild West experience? Cody, Wyoming's got your ticket to ride. They've been throwing down since 1919 with the world-famous Cody Stampede Rodeo. And when the sun sets, the Cody Night Rodeo keeps the action going every night all summer long. It's bulls, broncs, and big-time cowboy energy in the only town where rodeo is a nightly tradition. Because here in Cody, rodeo's not just an event, it's a way of life. The Cody Stampede Rodeo.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Former BP chief Bernard Looney has been named CEO of Wyoming startup Prometheus Hyperscale, which plans 2 AI data centers totaling $30 billion. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that Looney says Wyoming's energy edge makes it the right place for the build-out.
Prometheus Hyperscale is getting ready to kick things into a higher gear. This guy that they have tapped, Bernard Looney, he's kind of halfway famous oil and gas executive. He was BP's executive CEO, but this guy's undeniably talented.
Looney's been involved in many other huge projects for oil and gas around the world, including Indonesia, West Africa, the United States, and Trinidad. The Pro Rodeo Cowboys Association says rodeo champions being celebrated at the White House for the first time in more than 40 years is a huge boost for the sport. Cowboy State Daily's Kate Meadows reports that the Pro Rodeo Cowboys Association says, quote, "It's a good time to wear a cowboy hat."
There were 10 rodeo champions who came to the White House. Most of them represented the PRCA. Some of them represented the Women's Professional Rodeo Association. All of them were athletes who had won world champions in their events. As the nation will celebrate its 250th birthday this year, the president is focused on celebrating the nation's independence and the grit of America.
Paul Woody, Chief Marketing Officer for the PRCA, tells Cowboy State Daily that interest in the sport has been on the rise since the COVID-19 pandemic because it was one of the few activities that was able to continue operating and gave communities an opportunity to get together. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
My name is Dre, and I had a stroke when I was only 16 years old.
It was a normal Saturday. He played 2 games back-to-back. During the games, something was off. He said his arm felt heavy. By 1 a.m., he was in emergency brain surgery because he was having a stroke.
I didn't want to, but I felt like I was just giving up.
That's when I found American Heart Association. They saved me that night. I don't know if Dre would be here today if it wasn't for the work that the American Heart Association has done.
The American Heart Association supports life-saving research that leads to medical breakthroughs. We are fighting to help prevent death from heart disease and stroke, educating people on prevention and early detection, and working every day to find treatments and cures so you and your loved ones can live happier, healthier lives. To learn more, go to heart.org today.
.806 on your Thursday, April 2nd. Good morning, Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Jeff filling in for Jake this week and next. So, yes, when you wake up next week and tune in, you'll go, oh, it's that guy again. Yeah, sorry. Mac Watson hanging out in the...
Nobody's going to say that. Come on.
You go, what? We got to suffer through this guy again?
Oh, geez.
Come on.
Yeah,
I'm suffering through not hearing anything this morning, Mac. I'm having some technical difficulty. I can't hear the news. I can't hear the ads. I'm flying blind, but you can, everyone can hear us.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank goodness. Okay, that's all that matters.
Exactly, that's all that matters.
Can you hear me? Yeah. So yesterday was April Fool's Day.
Yes.
What is the best April Fool's stunt you've ever been involved in?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Yeah.
Pregnancies, flat tires, broken legs. There's been a few of them.
Oh, man. Okay. Yeah. So the best one, there's 2 actually. They were both in Phoenix. So I worked for the radio station down in Phoenix. And one year we put out as a legit news story, even though it wasn't, that the owners of the Diamondbacks, they had built this brand new stadium, and the owners of the Diamondbacks were going to ask the fans that during spring games, because you wouldn't do this in the summer, during spring games, the people sitting way up in the nosebleed seats would have to crank open the Sky Dome. They would have to take the roof
and manually crank it open.
And literally crank it open. And people lost their ever-loving minds. People just went, Those rich what have so-and-sos are asking us fans who are paying tickets to actually open the roof. I'm never going to a Diamondbacks game, blah, 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 blah. The second one was a couple of years later. We again put out as a legitimate news story, and the guy that came up with these was just so good. You just insert it in between two real news stories and then just see kind of sort of what happens, right? So there's a number of highways in the Phoenix metro area, okay? You've got the I-10, the interstate, the I-10, and then you've got the Loop 202, you've got the 101, and you've got the 51. Well, as of, and we gave some, innocuous date, like as of July 13th or whatever, the Arizona Department of Transportation was going to set up toll booths, and you would have to pay whatever route you were on. So on the 202, you'd have to pay $2.02. Because it was so odd, if you were on the 101, you have to pay $1 and a penny. And if you were on the 51, obviously, 2 quarters and a penny. And it wasn't the payment. The thing that pushed people over the edge was that it had to be exact change.
Yeah, exactly.
And then the other thing that pushed them over the edge is that this was going to be used to pave the new parking lot at the new Phoenix or then Phoenix Cardinals, ultimately the Arizona Cardinals Stadium. All the money was going to be used for paving the parking lot. And people were just flipping out. I'm going to take the bus. I'm going to make sure I carpool. So those are the two that I remember that stand out, is that people were, God bless them. People were gullible, but also they just got so incensed of how dare the owners ask us to open the roof, kind of thing. So anyway, I was just reminded of that yesterday. Surprisingly, though, no April Fool's jokes. My kids didn't try. My wife didn't try. I didn't go out, into the town, and nobody tried to spoof anybody. So I don't know what happened with April Fool's Day this year, but there was none of it.
No.
None of it.
I
don't know whether that's the time we're living in, that people are just like, nope. Because everything that you hear in the news is so like, what? Wait, what? That maybe people are sick and tired of trying. They don't want to be spoofed, because everything is kind of like, huh? Real what? I can't believe that kind of thing.
Yeah, we're already in those times. You can't spoof anybody.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Yeah. One of the stories that came out yesterday that you kind of go, really? What? And I don't mean this by any disrespect at all, is that we've got a former British Petroleum CEO coming to Wyoming and heading up a startup that has the best Marvel comic character name I have ever heard. Prometheus Hyperscale.
Yes.
Love it. Is a startup that's going to build data centers. And Mr. Thornock, God bless him, went out and hired the former British Petroleum CEO.
Yeah, he's not messing around.
At first, you're like, what? We've got a former British Petroleum, which is a massive company, by the way, a massive company in oil and gas. And you know how you and I, we may play a friendly game of poker or something like that. This guy goes out and builds like billion-dollar projects for fun. I mean, that's what this guy does for fun. He goes to the most remote areas of the world and builds, pipelines through different countries. So the fact that, Mr. Thornock, God bless him, in Evanston, got Mr. Looney from British Petroleum to come and head up Prometheus Hyperscale. What a great story. What a great get. Oh, my goodness. I mean, this is like, I can't really think, because I was going to say when Michael Jordan became became the head of the Charlotte Bobcats. Yeah, that didn't work out too well.
That didn't work out too well.
I'm trying to think of another comparison of, you got that. Oh, this would be like having the band Rush play at your wedding.
Yeah.
Or your 60th birthday party.
Exactly.
Like, what? You got those guys to come down? That kind of thing. So I thought that was great. And Renee Jean did a great piece on it at cowboystatedaily.com of how this guy, this executive, just basically, let's see, gas pipeline. Well, we built it from the Caspian Sea all the way through Georgia, Turkey, into Greece, all the way into Italy, Europe. $44 billion project. And that was, for him, that was nothing. That was like a Sunday walk, So I'm excited. I'm really excited. They're going to build 2 data centers, AI data centers, one in Casper, one in Evanston. And I asked Renee, I said, is he like, this guy made so much money, he could live anywhere in the world, right?
Yeah.
He's moving to Wyoming. Okay.
To Evanston?
Good. I don't know if it's going to be in Evanston. I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying. I hope it's not culture shock. I hope it's not too much culture shock. Whether he chooses to live in Casper or Evanston, I hope it's not too bad of a culture shock. But kudos to Prometheus Hyperscale and Mr. Thornock for getting him. That's awesome.
Well,
so that's
cool
really exciting.
Is because these data centers usually don't employ very many people, and these 2 are supposed to employ like 600.
Yeah. So this is on. These are on such a massive scale. That's why the number is so big.
Okay.
Like
wow.
I had my brother-in-law is an electrician, but he's not like a residential electrician. Like he works in power plants and stuff like that.
Yeah.
He says you cannot imagine the scale and the complexity of these things. So I don't know whether if you've ever been to a big town or whatever, and you've seen like literally a huge warehouse. He goes, those things are going to dwarf these. That's small time.
Wow.
These things are so complex and so massive. You are going to need a bunch of people. Great, because they promote jobs. They get jobs, right? I saw another article. Do you know who Mike Rowe is?
Mike Rowe. That's a very
Mike Rowe. He narrates Deadliest Catch. He took over for Paul Harvey.
Yeah.
That's the way I heard it or whatever. He's a voice actor, right?
Yeah.
He's a narrator, voice guy. And now he does commercials and he did Dirty Jobs.
Cell phone things, yeah.
Yeah. He said, because now he's all into the blue collar world, right? He's all about, hey, you don't have to go to college. You can go get a blue collar job, make a lot of money. Electricians are being basically recruited like pro athletes. So he's saying that down in Texas, and the electrical guys, the electricians, are making $200,000 a year because there is so much need. They're competing for electricians because there's not enough.
Yeah.
So he knows of electricians getting paid $200,000 down in Texas working at these AI data centers. I'm pushing my children. I'm not allowing them to go to college. I am pushing my children to be an electrician.
That's what I was just thinking, Mac. I'm like, here, let me call my son real fast. Hey,
yeah.
Bust out your tool belt.
Belt.
Yes, you're going to be an electrician starting tomorrow.
Right. And right, exactly. I don't care if you know how to turn on a light switch. Get down there. Bring a tool belt and a lunch. Yeah.
And these projects, they're going to cost more than $30 billion.
That's what they say. And out of that $30 billion, they need to have the infrastructure. They need to have the building. They need to have the land. I mean, it is a massive, massive undertaking. So, I am with Governor Gordon on this. Why not be the energy capital, not just of the United States, but of the world if we can do it? Nuclear, of course, oil, gas, wind. I know people don't like wind, but don't tell me what I can't have. What can I have? Let's make it everything, So I'm just excited. I really am.
Yeah. And we have it all right here.
Right, exactly. We're one-stop shop for energy. Absolutely. Why not? So that's great. That's great. So anyway, the news will be coming out tonight. I'll be doing the news tonight. We'll see what other stories are coming, but congratulations on Mr. Thornock getting the British Petroleum former CEO to come to Wyoming and head up these massive projects. I'm excited. I really am.
Yeah. Before we let Matt go, do we have Easter figured out in the Watson household?
No, we don't, because my son is not behaving very well. So we are threatening with the Peter Cottontail's not going to hop down this bunny trail. So we'll see.
Uh-oh. So
yeah, we'll see.
We'll see. Well, thanks, Mac. Have a great day.
All right, you too. Take care.
There's Mac Watson. You'll hear him doing the news at the top of the hour. And yeah, we'll see what happens today. There's been a big story like every day. And you got to keep your eye on cowboystatedaily.com. Because like I was saying with the Little America story, I was sitting there at work. Must have been Tuesday. And my coworker was like, oh, yeah, Little America. I heard it's getting torn down in the one by Green River. And I was like, really? And I went to cowboystatedaily.com, and there it was. Bam. The article. I was like, oh, well, here it is, right here on Cowboy State Daily. So, yeah, keep checking our website throughout the day. Send me a text message. Looks like Camino sent me one. Camino made it back from Atlanta. He was there watching the two friendlies from the USA soccer team. Got beat by Belgium, like 5-2, and then lost to Portugal 2-0 or something. But he got to see Team USA for less than $1,000 a pop. He doesn't have to go to the World Cup now, which he probably will try. Yeah, just unreal what those tickets are looking like. It's about 20 minutes past the hour. We could hear Mac, so that was good. Nobody said anything else on the YouTube. You can go on YouTube, send us a message there. You can text me, 307-620-8866. You can also call me. I think tomorrow we might have some time. I was thinking maybe on Fridays, if we don't have 12 guests tomorrow, we can do a little recap and have you guys call in and express your thoughts on how the week went or guests that intrigued you. I've had a couple messages after the show about how people liked hearing different things or different people during the show, so I appreciate your thoughts on what I'm doing here for 4 hours. And, I mean, I don't know how many guests we've had on the show. We had 12 yesterday. We have 11 today. We had 13 yesterday, 11 today. I think I had 8 or 9 Tuesday. And I don't know how many on Monday. I can't remember that far back. But, yes, it's just been jam-packed. How much information we've given you on this show is incredible. And we'll keep her going. From University of Wyoming, Brian Leonard is going to be joining us next. We'll chat with him right after this.
JB Hunt now has CLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com. Seroptimist of Cody presents Uncorked and Untapped, the brand new tasting experience. Saturday, April 11th at the Cody Auditorium in Cody. Sample Wyoming crafted wine, bourbon, whiskey, and beer, plus incredible bites from local restaurants and food trucks. There'll be live games, a silent auction from 7 to 10 p.m. Get your tickets now at Legends Bookstore or online at codyseroptimist.org. Tickets are $50 now, $60 at the door. Must be 21 to attend. Uncorked and Untapped, where Wyoming comes to celebrate.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Mom, I got it. What are you doing in there?
I got stuff.
Are you a dog?
I wouldn't do that. Have you seen the pliers? Where'd you find those?
It's not your birthday.
Sorry.
Bye, Grandma.
Take care of yourself.
What are you doing? What are you looking for?
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer. She's on the honor roll. She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
Welcome back, Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake right here on cowboystatedaily.com. Jeff filling in for Jake. Jake's on vacation. 25 minutes past the 8 o'clock hour. Just looking through my email. Hey, it's National Burrito Day. It's not National Burrito Day every day. Just on April 2nd. For one day only, you can get a free burrito or bowl with the purchase of any entree and drink at Qdoba. Double the burritos, double the party. Just today. Might have to get me a burrito tonight. Why not? The legacy of homesteading and westward expansion remains woven into the region's cultural and historical fabric, and a groundbreaking new book blends economics with data-driven historical analysis and offers a trove of new insights into one of the defining chapters of American history, the settlement of the West and the Homestead Act of 1862. Why the Rush? An institutional economic analysis of homesteading and the settlement of the West came out last month and was co-written by Brian Leonard. He's a University of Wyoming associate professor, and Brian joins us now on the show. Thanks so much for coming on.
Pleasure to be here.
Well, you co-wrote this book with Douglas Allen. He's at the Barnaby Mountain Professor of Economics at Simon Fraser University in Canada. How did you two hook up?
So yeah, that's a great story. So Doug's been working on homesteading since the early 90s, and I've always been a fan of his work. He's quite a bit older than I am. And probably about 8 years ago now, I started working with the data set that kind of underlies what we did in the book. It's this sort of all these historical records that the BLM digitized. And lo and behold, Doug was playing around with the data at the same time, and I happened to get asked to discuss a paper of his at a conference. And so we met and said, hey, we're both working on this. Let's work on it together. And we've been working together for almost a decade now. And this book is kind of the output of a lot of that work.
Wow. So why were you looking into homesteading?
So I'm really interested in property rights and how they affect natural resource use. And one of the defining features of the Homestead Act is that you could only get 160 acres under the act for free. So it created this restriction on farm size, basically, and led to a lot of small farms, particularly in the upper Great Plains, kind of our region of the country. And there's a sense among economists that had some unfortunate long-run consequences, that basically it made farms smaller than they needed to be to succeed in this area. And so I was really interested in looking into that. Turns out Doug and I find no evidence that that's actually the case. But that was my initial interest, was in this very rich data set. I mean, it's millions of records from all of these homesteaders. And then you can use satellite data to look at long-run modern outcomes. And so that was what I was starting to do. And it turned out Doug was doing something kind of similar. And so we joined forces.
You were doing a paper about Doug, or what was this about?
No, it was just about whether the acreage restrictions associated with the Homestead Act had long run consequences for land use. And Doug happened to be also working with this same data set. So basically, the General Land Office, which later became the BLM, has a record for every time somebody showed up and either bought land from the federal government or got a homestead. And it's just all these messy handwritten records. They digitized all that, made it into an Excel spreadsheet. And then Doug and I figured out how to map it, because all of these things have a location in the public land survey system that's just, a row in an Excel spreadsheet. And so we basically mapped kind of think about, like, everything was originally owned by the federal government. Now most of it's owned by private parties. And Doug and I have mapped every single transaction that allowed that to happen over space and time. And so that was kind of the basis for the project. And then we've used it to analyze a bunch of different questions in different regions over different time periods.
Why the rush in institutional economic analysis of homesteading and the settlement of the West? Well, tell us a little bit about the book, Brian.
Sure. Yeah. So the book is a kind of a mix of papers that Doug and I have written over the last 8 years, sort of things from the cutting room floor that didn't make it into a journal, but that we thought were really interesting, and then some new ideas that we wanted to sort of explore. So the main thesis of the book is basically that the economic and sort of political function of the Homestead Act and some related things like the land grants to the transcontinental railroads was basically to get settlers out onto the frontier. At this time, mid-19th century, federal government owns ostensibly the whole kind of continental US, but there's competing claims from indigenous tribes, from other European countries. And the only way to really make sure that you actually have sovereignty over that area is to get a bunch of American settlers out there. And so giving away land was one way of doing that. And that's kind of the main thesis of the book. Economists have been pretty critical of the Homestead Act because that makes people sort of race to establish property rights, hence the title, Why the Rush, which tends to be kind of a wasteful process. But we really kind of go through in careful detail and show basically how kind of the pattern of homesteading across space and time was really consistent with the federal government's goals of firming up its tenuous sovereignty claims. And then we look at the long run implications. So we look at modern land use today and compare, adjacent parcels of land. This one was homesteaded. This one was bought for cash by, maybe the same guy. And it turns out today the land that was homesteaded tends to have less buildings on it, is less likely to be in agricultural production. It's just kind of underutilized. And we think that has to do with that historical legacy.
Yeah. We'll talk a little bit about this because I mean, homesteading didn't just encourage settlement. It established meaningful economic property rights and helped people define who could lay claim to the land. I mean, because how did homesteading incentivize all these people to move out west?
Well, I guess I should step back. Prior to the Homestead Act, the way you would get land is you would buy it from the federal government. If you wanted land on the frontier, you would pay $1.25 an acre. The Homestead Act said if you go out there and you live on that land for 5 years and make improvements to it, which is basically like build a house and some farm, some kind of farm investments, then you get it for free. You would pay a $10 to $18 filing fee to initially say you wanted to establish a homestead, but then you'd actually get the land for free. And so that created an incentive for people to go out and establish property rights in places where people hadn't already bought the land. So it pushed settlement westward more quickly than it otherwise would have happened. And the same year that you get that original Homestead Act in 1862, you also get the first land grant to the first transcontinental railroad that tells the Union Pacific and the Central Pacific that for every mile of track that they lay, they're going to get 20 miles of land in either direction of the railroad, which gives them an incentive to start building this transcontinental railroad kind of ahead of demand. So by passing those two policies at the same time, the federal government's really able to kind of push people out to the frontier because, again, this is a vast territory that they kind of own on paper but don't have actual solid claim to. And the best way to have solid claim to it is to get people out there that are establishing property rights within the context of the U.S. system, so then they have an incentive to help promote U.S. sovereignty.
Well, and you'd think with both these passing at the same time, was the railroad like, we got to get the heck out there before, people start laying claim to land?
Yes, 100%. Yeah, and technically, folks were not supposed to homestead right near the railroad, but in the data, this is one of the things that's so cool about the project is we kind of know what the policies say, But previously, we kind of only had state level averages of what happened where, and we've mapped everything down to a square mile. So we can really kind of test, like, were people homesteading in the railroad ban? And the answer is yes, even though technically they weren't supposed to. And there's all kinds of little nuggets like that in the book.
Yeah. Why the Rush? An institutional economic analysis of homesteading and the settlement of the West by Douglas Allen and our guest Brian Leonard. It's out now. Can you buy it at Amazon? Can you get it everywhere?
You can buy it at Amazon. You can get it everywhere. It's by Cambridge University Press. My sister told me when she tried to order it on Amazon, it was back ordered. But I think that was like the day it came out. So I think if you go on Amazon now, you can just order a copy.
Well, that might be a good thing. People are buying it.
Yeah, maybe so.
Yeah. And I saw where, it fostered local sovereignty with minimal military force. So people weren't really, sabotaging each other.
No, much less than you would think. And actually, Doug has a new paper kind of on that, basically looking at historical death data and what happens when a bunch of homesteaders rush in, and you get this pretty quick and dramatic drop in violence between settlers once people show up and start, establishing their homesteads.
Which is kind of cool, because you kind of think the opposite.
Yeah, no, it's so this is kind of part of a broader intellectual legacy and thinking about property rights on the frontier. One of my mentors, Terry Anderson and PJ Hill, these are a couple of scholars up from Montana State back in the day. They have a book called The Not So Wild Wild West. And the whole thesis of that book is basically documenting all of these local collaboratives and sort of common governance institutions that people formed to help deal with life on the frontier in the absence of a strong government. So it's kind of where we get our, don't tread on me sort of idea here in the West.
Yeah. Because how did it establish property rights?
So economists really draw a distinction between legal property rights, like what a piece of paper says you own, and de facto property rights, like what you actually are able to control. And basically the idea is that just by pushing a bunch of settlers out there who are claiming land within the U.S. system, it's creating a physical footprint of the U.S. in a place where it didn't previously exist. And it's also helping the government figure out where it should station its relatively scarce military resources by pushing settlers out there to figure out, like, okay, people really want to, develop in the area of Denver as opposed to, this other region or something. And so then they're more likely to establish a fort there. And so it helps them figure out where they should be, positioning forces and things like that.
So the act passes in 1862. When did everybody start attacking Wyoming?
So a lot of the settlement in Wyoming actually comes in what we kind of call late homesteading. So this was one of the things that we sort of discovered in the course of working on this project is the act passes in 1862. A lot of the academic work on homesteading has really focused on like that 1860 to 1890 period. You get this big rush of folks out onto the frontier, but that's really, think about that as being like the Great Plains, like Midwest into the Great Plains. And then, famously, Frederick Jackson Turner in 1893 says the frontier has been closed. But actually, most homesteads that happened between about 1905 and 1930. There's this huge second wave of homesteading that happens in the early 1900s. And most of that is concentrated in the Rocky Mountain West. So a ton of them are in Montana, a ton of them are in Wyoming. And there's a series of kind of new homestead acts that get passed over this time that change the conditions. Maybe you can get 640 acres instead of 160, but it has to be a ranch or it has to be irrigated. Or if you plant some trees, you can get an extra 80 acres. And so the government's tinkering with kind of the conditions associated with the property rights. And one of the big things that looms really large in Wyoming in particular is most of the land that was homesteaded in Wyoming was homesteaded under something called the Stock Raising Homestead Act that was passed in 1916, which allowed you to get more land, but it had to be a ranching operation as opposed to a farm. But the thing that's really sort of distinctive about the Stock Raising Homestead Act and everything that comes after it is the federal government started reserving the mineral rights. So if you got a homestead under the 1862 Act, you also owned anything under the ground, and so you own the oil or whatever. But if you got a homestead under the 1916 Stock Raising Homestead Act, which is what most people in Wyoming did, the federal government owned the minerals, which is why BLM manages so much more mineral estate in Wyoming than they do surface estate. It's pretty astounding if you look at a map of surface ownership versus mineral ownership from BLM, and that's because of the legacy of this law from 1916.
Man, that educated us a lot there, Brian. That was pretty sweet. Incredible. Because you said it earlier, the negative homestead effect on the development of homesteaded lands compared to the lands that were sold. Is it because the homesteaded people didn't have the money? Why is this?
No, we think so. What we look into in the paper, there's a couple of things, but the main thing is that again, it's this idea of the rush or the race. Is you're pushing people to get out there and establish property rights and start farming. Basically, I mean, homesteading is saying like you got to have a farm or a ranch before they otherwise would have done it. That's the whole point of the subsidy of giving it away for free. And so what that's going to do is it's going to lock people into particular land use trajectories before they really know what the right thing to do with the land is. And so one of the things we show in the book is that this negative effect is really concentrated in places that are kind of relatively close to where the railroad would end up being. But if you go out there and homestead before the railroad shows up, the railroad comes through later. Now it turns out that's like super high value real estate. You don't necessarily want to be farming it. You might want to do something else, but you got a homestead in the way. You got a farmer, you got a family, you got to buy out and all these things. And so it creates this like patchwork of these small farms that complicate future development efforts and complicate farm size consolidation even. And I always, I spent a lot of time in Bozeman, Montana, and I have like, there's one plot in the middle of town that I always think about when I'm explaining this to people is you're driving around and, there's condos everywhere, whatever, but like literally in the center of Bozeman, you can drive by this 160 acre plot that has like a dilapidated barn that's falling down on it. And that's basically what we're finding in the paper is that there's a fair amount of that scattered around the West that, just the fact that there's some infrastructure there, like maybe somebody's emotionally attached to it, it's less likely to get developed, which, may be a good thing or a bad thing. I'm not trying to take a stand on that. But what we can show in the data is that these places that were homesteaded 100 years ago sort of get locked into a particular trajectory. And that has consequences even today for what land use looks like.
Yeah. My kids are in Bozeman. Where's that at?
That's nice. It's kind of off of, Durston? Between 7th and 19th, there's an area that's like mostly been infilled with condos, but there's a couple of just like, there's a field with an old barn and like maybe a dilapidated house that nobody's living in, that kind of thing.
Interesting. There's an old homestead right in the middle of Bozeman. That's worth $1 gazillion now, but they're holding on to it.
That's right.
Get the book, Why the Rush? An institutional economic analysis of homesteading and the settlement of the West. What do you do at the university, Brian?
So, it's a complicated question. So my background is in economics. I have a joint appointment between the Haub School of Environment and Natural Resources and the School of Energy Resources. And I mostly teach environmental law and policy. So I teach a federal public land law class for the School of Energy Resources, which is really fun because the first month of the class is all about the history of the public domain. So I get to talk about all of this work. And then we sort of think about, all right, well, what are the implications of all of these 19th century federal land policies today? So that's a big part of what I do is I, in terms on the teaching side. On the research side, I work on everything from homesteading to modern water markets to carbon capture and storage. Anything that has like a property rights angle, I'm into it.
Nice. Brian Leonard, go and get the book. 10 years in the making and a lot of good stuff on homesteading. So thanks so much, Brian, for coming on the show.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
There you go. Why the Rush? Institutional economic analysis of homesteading and the settlement of the West. Coming up next, we're going to have Dean Conger's son, Kurt. He's going to be talking about his dad and just an amazing story. That's right after this. If I can hit the break.
JB Hunt now has CLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com. Winter is here. Wind chills below zero, ice and snow. Oh, and the drifts. Oh, you know what it's like. But guess what? Cowboy State Daily has you covered with the most accurate and reliable forecast with meteorologist Don Day. So you know what to expect. You know the saying, if you don't like the weather in Wyoming, just wait 5 minutes. It will change. But you don't have to keep checking the skies or an app on your phone to see if it's going to rain or snow. So make sure you're getting your forecast from Cowboy State Daily's Don Day. Every day.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day's a new opportunity.
That's cool. Your hand's gotten so cute. Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love your mind.
"15 minutes till the top of the hour. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake right here on cowboystatedaily.com. We're also on YouTube, Facebook, X, or just go right there to our website, cowboystatedaily.com, and watch it right there on the front page. Thank you so much for listening and tuning in. But what a life! Casper's Dean Conger spent decades as a top National Geographic photographer. Casper native Dean Conger spent 30 years as National Geographic, traveling the globe, taking photos of presidents, astronauts, and world leaders, winning many national awards. His photos resulted in the book Journey Across Russia, the Soviet Union Today. We're excited to have Dean's son, Kurt, in the Zoom room with us. Good morning, Kurt. Thanks so much for coming on.
Yeah, good morning. And I'm talking to Jeff, not Jake, right?
Yes, you're talking to Jeff.
Okay, Jeff, let's get going.
Well, what a story.
Yeah.
I mean, because how old were you when he got the job with National Geographic?
I wasn't born yet.
Okay.
I was born when he got the job offer. He was in Denver, Colorado. I was conceived, but not quite there. And my parents literally had me while they were moving.
Holy cow. So you spent your entire life watching your dad coming in and out of the house as he was traveling back and forth to all these adventures.
Yeah, that's correct. We lived in a suburb of Washington, D.C., Bethesda. Some people may be familiar with it. It's in Maryland, just north and west of the district.
Okay. So he was living out there. I mean, I took photography in college. Being in and out of media, it's just like, wow, what your dad saw. I mean, it's amazing. I can't even wrap my head around it.
Well, it's what he saw and when he saw it. We're talking about the 1960s, and going back to when he was in Casper, Wyoming. He was a very young man, and his mother had this Kodak Brownie camera, and he would borrow it and take pictures when he was like 10 years old, and then develop those. And then as he got into high school, he started covering things like rodeos and football games and other sports activities and events around Casper, Wyoming, and became somewhat notorious for getting published in the Casper newspaper.
Yeah, and just rolled it into a career. So he's at the Post in Denver. How does the National Geographic find him?
Well, he had won a number of awards in the late 1950s for pictures that he was taking for the Denver Post. So University of Missouri Journalism School has a fairly prestigious series of awards that he won. And so with those awards and just national recognition, National Geographic reached out to him and offered him a job. And as my mother said, that was a job you just don't say no to.
No, not at all. Especially back then, they come calling, you're like, where do I go? And that's pretty much what he did.
Yeah. Well, his first assignments with National Geographic were in this former Soviet Union, but also the space program. So, we have a milestone in the space program happened yesterday, and back in the 1960s, he covered the Mercury astronauts and the initial Mercury mission.
Yeah, it's unbelievable, some of the photos. He's got John Glenn sitting next to JFK in the back of a car, and he's got the astronauts landing, coming out of the... I mean, it's... The history this guy saw, when it happened, is just amazing. So he passes away in 2023. He leaves you guys like 100,000 images.
Yes.
What do we think?
Well, I have to have a climate-controlled U-Haul storage locker here in the Dalles, Oregon, where I keep boxes and boxes of 35 millimeter slides and also large format negatives. We are actively looking for organizations that are interested in taking the collection and preserving it in an archive.
Yeah, you'd think a museum or somebody be interested in this.
Yeah, we're talking to a few organizations right now. He's also got his pictures on two agencies. Getty Images has some of his pictures that they license and, basically sell the license so that the people who get it can use it in a publication. And then also Bridgman Images is another agency where you will find his pictures. So those are easily found on Google, Getty Images, Bridgman Images.
Okay. So that's good. It's funny because, you guys had like a dark room in your house.
Oh, yeah. We had a dark room in our house in Bethesda. It was a project that, I was young, 12, 13 years old, and we were building this out of plywood with epoxy and fiberglass, and we put together this sink, and we had a dark room on a table, and we would all, Dad would use it a little bit. Mostly the kids would use it, though, and I learned how to process film and make prints, things like that. And then when they moved to Durango, Colorado, he also took all of that equipment, set up a full darkroom in their house in Durango this was in 1991. And that darkroom sat there, and he bought digital cameras. In the early 90s, digital cameras were just starting to get going, and they were getting pretty good. And so he switched to Photoshop and never used the darkroom again.
Yeah, that's crazy that he just went right with it, rolled with the punches, and went digital after all this years in the darkroom.
Yeah.
Huh. Unbelievable. Because do we have like a stack of his passports?
Yes, I do. And I've scanned them in. I did digital scans of all the pages because he just has pages and pages of visas and stamps from countries all over the place. One thing I noticed is that all of the passports have tons of stamps from Heathrow Airport. So he would fly into Heathrow on his way to, Asia or USSR, and he'd get a stamp at Heathrow, and then he'd fly on to, somewhere like Moscow or other places that most people have never been to. And, back in that day, he was one of the first Americans to travel in many of those countries.
Well, yeah, that's what I was going to say. The access your dad got to these countries is just unprecedented because Americans couldn't even go to them.
Yeah, it took a lot of work, a lot of behind the scenes work by the National Geographic Society and their production staff just to get him in, get access to those countries to take pictures. Of course, they always thought he was a spy, so they would, do a whole bunch of background work. The Soviets were not particularly friendly towards Americans, so they would often make it very difficult for him to arrange travel or, for the staff to set up travel plans. There were a few times where he would, fly, for a few days. He'd get there and none of the travel visas or visitor visas would be available. And sometimes he'd just have to turn around and fly home.
Oh, sorry. You can't come take pictures here. Oh, okay. Well, I guess I'll turn around and head back out of here. Your dad's photo of a helicopter hauling up astronaut Alan Shepard.
Yeah.
This is an awesome story. Tell us about this.
Well, Alan Shepard was one of the Mercury astronauts, and Alan Shepard was, launched into orbit. And when his capsule landed, it landed in the Atlantic Ocean, and the helicopter, they knew that the helicopter was going to pick him up, and you can see it in the image, the way that he was lifted out of the capsule. But they would not allow my dad to be in the helicopter. So what he did was he took hardware and mounted a camera aiming down, right down the winch line, and then told the operator of the winch, when you get him, just start pushing this button and just don't stop, as he's coming up, just keep taking pictures. So those pictures of Alan Shepard being raised out of the Mercury capsule were just really, an example of how he would automate a process and anticipate the result.
Yeah, unreal. And I mean, that takes a lot of experience to know what you're doing too.
Yeah, well, at that point in time, let's see, that was 1960s. So it had, more than almost 40 years of experience taking pictures.
Yeah, and then Alan wrote a note on the poster of the cover dedicated to your dad, said, who helped in making life, he wrote. Do we still have that?
Yes. Yeah, we still have that Life magazine and the cover.
Wow. And then, during the 60s and 70s, he had several assignments to Russia. He was also in Thailand during the Vietnam War.
Yes.
What did he think of that? I mean, that had to be insane.
Well, Thailand, I believe, was taking more or less a neutral position and allied with the United States. He did not go over the border into Cambodia or Vietnam at that time. So he was not a war correspondent, but he did travel, throughout Thailand, took pictures of the people. His big, greatest skill set was taking pictures of people. So you'll see that throughout of his works, that he takes lots of pictures of people, captures their, the expression that you would think is natural for the situation that they were in.
Because being there, he was in Russia over 40 times. Did he ever say, was he ever scared? Did he ever fear for his life?
Yes, he did have some stories about where he was traveling across Russia. He got pulled over by the police and wasn't sure whether he would ever make it out.
Yeah, I'm going to go rot in a Russian cell for the rest of my life. Well, and then what did he say? Some of his favorite places were in China.
Yeah, later in his career, most of the Chinese coverage he did, and he also contributed to the book that National Geographic published on China. But that was more late in his career in the 1970s, early 80s. He traveled to China quite a bit. He saw, that was when China was very rural once you left the big city, but becoming very modern as he went into cities like Shanghai and Beijing. So he was witnessing kind of the transition in China from a kind of primitive subsistence culture to a modern culture like we see it today.
Well, and then later on, he became assistant director of photography for the magazine. So that allowed him at least so he was 6 months home and 6 months on the road.
That's right. Yeah. And then in the 1980s, me and my brothers had gone off to college by then. He was in charge of what's called the multi-image group at National Geographic, which you take, if you can imagine, 9 slide projectors, 35 millimeter projectors, all on a rack, projecting at the same screen, controlled by computers and dropping slides in rapid fire succession. It creates this kind of almost moving image of all these pictures that he was taking. So he was doing those shows in the 1980s and then 1990s at Fort Lewis College in Durango.
Man, just unbelievable. It's a great story about him on cowboystatedaily.com. What a life. Casper's Dean Conger spent decades as the top National Geographic photographer. And yeah, I love the quote by Robin at the end on his deathbed. I've had a great life, I've had a great family, and I have absolutely no regrets in what I've done. Yeah, what an amazing story that your dad led.
Indeed. It is an amazing story, and we've got a lot of his legacy here preserved.
Yeah, and his humanified, or what is it? The room that you have all the pictures in, Kurt?
No, well, we have a U-Haul storage down in the Dalles here. It's climate controlled, and then my basement is also full of pictures. So, yeah, we're going to have to figure it out. The next generation, they're more interested in the digital versions of these pictures. So we have digitized as many as is, practical to do, but it's pretty expensive. It can be about $3 to $3.50 per image to digitize. So you have 100,000 images, probably not going to digitize them all.
No, not anytime soon. Well, Kurt Conger, thanks so much for coming on the show.
You bet, Jeff. Good talking to you.
Yeah, what an amazing story. Amazing dad right there. It's about the top of the hour. 3 hours down, one more to go. We've got some breaking news that we'll tell you about right after the news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. The Wyoming Legislature's Management Council decided Wednesday to add more ethics training for state legislators. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports the move comes in the wake of the House checkgate controversy this past session.
They talked about 11 minutes. Representative Mike Yin, who's minority floor leader in the House, said, well, this investigative committee had 3 pieces of guidance for us, the Management Council. One is take on some more training. Another is consider signage at the entrances to the chambers. And another was to look at what other states are doing for policies in this area.
This need for more ethics training stems from an incident that happened during the year's lawmaking session when Teton County-based conservative activist Rebecca Bextel handed out $1,500 in checks to at least 4 state House of Representative members on the House floor on February 9th, the first day of the session. One of Campbell County's oldest homesteading families is proposing a land swap and sale that could unlock 250 million tons of coal on Wyoming state land. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that supporters pitch it as a win-win for the ranch and the state, but it won't be easy.
This is really the first step in a long, complicated process that's part of an even longer, complicated process. For the family, it goes back to the 1970s and before, when they were trying to develop the property and were shut down by, or essentially had their coal condemned by this federal law from the 1970s. And so they're sticking with it. They're trying to move it forward. They're working with their neighbors who are advocating for them and went before the commission to ask for the support. But the skeptics would say, hey, look, there are federal coal leases out there that aren't really even being bid on. Is there really a demand?
The proposal, presented to the Campbell County Commission on March 18th by McKenna Sorensen and her father Charles, would have the state buy the Halls family condemned coal rights and use them as leverage in a federal mineral exchange that could unlock up to 250 million tons of coal currently stranded in state school trust land. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Wyoming Agriculture in the Classroom connects students to Wyoming's land and industries, engaging Wyoming students through curriculum designed for teachers to use in the classroom. Our curriculum, Wyo Wonders, teaches so many important things like agriculture, minerals and energy, outdoor recreation, and tourism. Use it for free now at wyowonders.org.
Looking for a real Wild West experience? Cody, Wyoming's got your ticket to ride. They've been throwing down since 1919 with the world-famous Cody Stampede Rodeo. And when the sun sets, the Cody Night Rodeo keeps the action going every night all summer long. It's bulls, broncs, and big-time cowboy energy in the only town where rodeo is a nightly tradition. Because here in Cody, rodeo's not just an event, it's a way of life. The Cody Stampede Rodeo.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Former BP chief Bernard Looney has been named CEO of Wyoming startup Prometheus Hyperscale, which plans 2 AI data centers totaling $30 billion. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that Looney says Wyoming's energy edge makes it the right place for the build-out.
Prometheus Hyperscale is getting ready to kick things into a higher gear. This guy that they have tapped, Bernard Looney, he's kind of halfway famous oil and gas executive. He was BP's executive CEO, but this guy's undeniably talented.
Looney has been involved in many other huge projects for oil and gas around the world, including Indonesia, West Africa, the United States, and Trinidad. The Pro Rodeo Cowboys Association says rodeo champions being celebrated at the White House for the first time in more than 40 years is a huge boost for the sport. Cowboy State Daily's Kate Meadows reports that the Pro Rodeo Cowboys Association says, quote, "It's a good time to wear a cowboy hat."
There were 10 rodeo champions who came to the White House. Most of them represented the PRCA. Some of them represented the Women's Professional Rodeo Association. All of them were athletes who had won world champions in their event. As the nation will celebrate its 250th birthday this year, the president is focused on celebrating the nation's independence and the grit of America.
Paul Woody, Chief Marketing Officer for the PRCA, tells Cowboy State Daily that interest in the sport has been on the rise since the COVID-19 pandemic because it was one of the few activities that was able to continue operating and gave communities an opportunity to get together. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
If you're watching this, I didn't make it. Thanks to people like you and the American Heart Association, my family never had to see this video. I was a healthy 47-year-old, no symptoms, but then my doctor discovered I had a bad heart valve that was beyond repair. The scariest day of my life was when I was sitting on a gurney. Deep down, you know, this could be it. This little heart valve did something really big. It saved my life. I wouldn't be here today without it. The research for this heart valve was funded by the American Heart Association. Since my surgery, I had a son get married. I had a daughter graduate high school. I had another daughter give birth to a precious boy. I would have missed all that. To learn more about the American Heart Association, go to helpheart.org today.
Welcome back. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, right here on cowboystatedaily.com. The final hour on your Thursday, April 2nd. My name's Jeff, hanging out with you here in my home studio in Sheridan, Wyoming. Let's see. There we go. Now I'm back on the air. Me and Sonny the cat, if you were watching the news, I went to the bathroom, you know, because you got to when you can, when you got 2 minutes around here. And I saw her walk by, and I'm like, no. And you can't shut it off. I can't run in here. So I'm like, Sonny, no, please. Now she sees me talking to her. Now she's like, okay, you're talking about me. I'm going to come step on your mixing board and your computer. And yeah, and then I run in here, and she's right on top of my computer, just where I didn't want her to be. I've already had enough technical issues this morning. I don't need the cat knocking me off the air. Oh, unreal. But yes, congratulations. Let's see here. I have the story up here. A mini Buffalo Bills fan has arrived. The next future Wyoming Cowboy quarterback has arrived. Haley Steinfeld gave birth to her and husband Josh Allen's first child. The singer announced the happy news in a post today titled Special Delivery. Our baby girl has arrived. Oh, it's a girl. Well, I guess she's a future cheerleader at the University of Wyoming. We're feeling incredibly grateful and blessed and savoring these early moments. Thank you so much for the love and well wishes, she said before signing off as Love, Haley, and Josh. So a little girl. Let's see. The couple announced in a snowy December 2025 Instagram video that they were expecting a baby. Do we know the baby's name? They did reveal that it was going to be a girl. Okay. Josh is 29. He's getting old. She put her baby bump on display when she walked the red carpet in January's Golden Globes. She had to have been pregnant when they came to Laramie last year for his jersey retirement. Nothing about the baby's name, though. But yeah, congratulations to Josh and Haley. When does practice start? I don't think for a little while. Josh has some time to help Haley out with the diapers and nighttime feedings. Yeah, so congratulations to our favorite couple in the state of Wyoming. But no baby name yet. Or none that I can see anyway. Awesome. Awesome news. Some other news last night, local news, that I was kind of shocked. That the Cottonwood shop, let's see here. After 30 years as a shared mainstay, Cottonwood Kitchen and Home and Cottonwood Floral is now available for purchase. Yes, it's been a mainstay in downtown Sheridan for years. It was down further down, and then when JCPenney closed, it's at the location where JCPenney was, which is pretty much right in the heart of downtown Sheridan. This is more than a store. It's a recognized local icon and destination retail experience, drawing customers from across the region. What makes this opportunity stand out, it's an established brand with deep community roots, prime Main Street location in downtown Sheridan, 6,000 plus square feet of customer-facing space, and 5,000 square feet of storage. Yeah, that building is huge. Beautiful storefront with extensive leasehold improvements, favorable lease terms, strong, experienced team in place ready to transition. She'll stay there and help you train. Yeah, fully turnkey, inventory, fixtures, and equipment included. So yeah, you can go check it out. The Instagram that this is on is RANDUMB_Jeff. I think that's her husband that has it on Instagram. You can email both Jessica at cottonwoodshop.com or Jay, what's their last name? Garrelts? Garrelts. I'm terrible with last names. At craftcode.com, or just go find the Instagram post. But yeah, I was stunned when I saw that last night. It's like, wow. She's selling? So yes, Cottonwood Kitchen and Home and Cottonwood Floral in downtown Sheridan is up for sale. What's it say? Rare chance to step into a fully operational multi-revenue retail business with proven history and strong upside potential, offered at $780,000. For everything? Wow, you'd think the building in downtown Sheridan is worth quite a bit. So yeah, some exciting news that I saw last night when I was doing my research for the show. We don't have a guest until about 9:25. So if you want to give me a call or shoot me a text, 307-620-8866. Let me know what you think or have thought of the show so far, or if you have any comments on any of our guests, the Wild Fresh Foods. Oh, Larry sent me a text. American Heritage Center at UW would gladly receive Nat Geo Photographer's collection. That is very good answer there, Larry. I like that. That's a very good idea. The American Heritage Center there at the University of Wyoming. I mean, Dean was from Casper. Why not? At least have a display for him. That's a very good idea. The American Heritage Center. I haven't been in that place forever. There right next to the AA. Let me check on the YouTube. If anyone sent us, just people messaging that they can hear me. So that's good. I don't know what's going on today with my OBS because I can't hear anything. And then during that last Zoom, it said I was dropping frames. Yeah, it's still doing it to me right now. I don't know. Something's running in the background, or I'm not a MacBook Pro at all. And then my frames just came back up. And it seems like I'm on a little bit of a delay. I don't know. Who knows? It's technology. That's what happens when you're live at your house. But yeah, send me a text, 307-620-8866. What do you think about Josh Allen and Haley? I want to find out what the baby's name is. That's what I want to know. If anybody finds that out, let me know. But yeah, coming up here in about 10 minutes, we're going to chat with Kyle Wentland. He's the Deputy Director of the Wyoming Energy Authority, where he's going to focus on fossil fuel development, or he focuses on fossil fuel development and energy policy. He was in Washington, D.C. We had the story on the coal. He spoke for Representative Hageman in D.C., so we'll chat with Kyle about that coming up here in a few minutes after the break. But yeah, let me see if we've got anything else that's breaking right now. We told you earlier it's National Burrito Day. Qdoba sent me an email. It's only today. For one day only, get a free burrito or bowl with the purchase of any entree and drink. Double the burritos, double the party. Today only. Excludes quesadillas. Let's see. Ordering in the restaurant, open the app, scan at checkout, or tell us your phone number. Ordering online, follow the steps below. Okay, so there must be a catch. You got to order online. But it's not that hard. Download the app. Get yourself a free burrito with the purchase of a burrito today at Qdoba. I think, oh no, he's not in there yet. We'll give it a minute here. But yes, the breaking news that we just saw, Josh Allen, Haley Steinfeld, had a little girl. She better go to University of Wyoming, Josh. That's all we have to say. I wonder if Haley was an athlete at all or anything. Maybe she'll be a basketball player, volleyball player. Possibly. We'll see. Let's take a break, and we'll come back, and we'll chat with Kyle right after this.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the capital to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show. Weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled. Perfect for everyone else.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming, with a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven. Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to
the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far. A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
Welcome back. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake right here on cowboystatedaily.com. Jeff filling in for Jake this week. I just forgot to record the last segment. Hopefully somebody did out there. We'll get it. We'll get it. Yeah. Man, Thursday, April 2nd, the sun is shining here in Sheridan, but we have a winter storm warning that's coming. Earlier or later this evening, looks like it's going to hit us. Right now, 38 in Sheridan, 44 in Buffalo, 44 in Gillette, 41 in Laramie, 46 in Casper, 46 down in Cheyenne. High in Cheyenne, 62 today. Everybody else is kind of in the high 50s, 61 in Gillette, 58 here in Sheridan. But then a winter storm warning. Supposed to start around 9 o'clock tonight with rain, and then looks like changing to snow overnight. And it says snow or rain all the way from 9 o'clock at night until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning is as far as my forecast goes. But we'll see what happens. Well, we had a story earlier this week about Wyoming coal shortage could hit by 2030. U.S. Rep. Harriet Hageman was in Washington, D.C., introduced a bill which would extend the payment schedule for federal coal lease bonus bids from 5 to 10 years. Well, Kyle Wentland, the Director of Fossil Fuel Development at the Wyoming Energy Authority and a University of Wyoming graduate, provided technical content for the bill. Mr. Wentland has served in several environmental management capacities, including reclamation and regulatory in Wyoming and Montana. And he joins us now on CowboyStateDaily.com. Kyle, thanks so much for coming on.
Hey, good morning, Jeff. It's great to be here and nice, beautiful, big Wyoming day today.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. I love the Let's Go Pokes. I'm a graduate of UW. So are you, Kyle. So good work.
Yeah, you can't let those moments slip by, right? Yeah.
Yeah. And everybody that's in the know. It's one of those, if you're in the know, you're in the know. That's good. Well, explain for us lay people here, what is a bonus bid?
So a bonus bid is exactly what it says it is. It's above all other rents, taxes, fees, royalties, etc. when you go to lease a block of federal coal. And it's competitive. Back in the 1980s, middle 1980s, when the Powder River Basin went to maintenance tract leasing, and they put forward this bonus bid process. So the companies will come in and bid above all of those other fees for that ton of coal. So it may be, for simple math, let's just say you use 50 cents or $1 a ton, not saying that's what the market values are today, but you might bid $1 a ton, and and you're leasing 500 million tons. So let's simple math, that's $500 million.
Yeah.
You have to pay that fee then. The first installment is due the day you make the bid, and then it's due over the next 4 years for the balance. So that entire 500 million is paid in a 5-year time frame.
Wow.
And in Wyoming, our legislators at the time and governor at the time earmarked that funding for K through 12 capital construction in the state.
Yeah.
So over the decades of leasing and those bonus bids being paid, that's why you have the schools that have been built in Wyoming over those decades is from that bonus bid money.
Yeah. So, I mean, just there kind of explaining that, we see the pros of doing this. But yeah, tell people the pros of extending this payment schedule from 5 to 10 years.
Sure. And that's a great question. So when the coal mines were developing, and you got to remember back in the 70s and early 80s, it wasn't just the Powder River Basin. We had the Powder River Basin, we had the Hanna Fields down by Rollins, and we also had over in the southwestern corner by Rock Springs, Expansion, Bridger, Black Butte, etc. So we had a big influx of people, and bringing in that money in a very quick manner at that time frame was important to be able to build out that infrastructure, to have those school systems for that expanding population in those coal communities and other places across the state. Well, play that forward 40 years, a lot of that infrastructure has been built. Now it's more select school replacement, maybe maintenance funding. So having that money all up front quick in those leases isn't as important as maybe having a longer, steadier income over a period of time. So lengthening that bonus bid to 10 years, first, it kind of stabilizes that income for the state over that longer term. Secondly, over that time frame too, from the late 70s, early 80s, regulatory oversight has become a lot more complex. So getting a permit through the process to be able to mine that new lease can take longer than that 5-year time span that the bonus bid was originally meant to be paid for. So right now, most companies pay that as a sunk cost up front because they can't generate revenue off of that lease for 7 to 10 years. So by lengthening that bonus bid time frame, you're allowing those companies or operators to make revenue to pay for that bonus bid while they're mining that coal with that longer time frame. So it's kind of a win across the board when you look at it from that sense.
Yeah, because I mean, looking at that, and this is going to, bring more people into the mix. I mean, is there any cons to this?
It's difficult for me to come up with a negative to this. It's really modernizing the system to where we are today. We're not living in 1979, 1980 anymore. We're living in, 2026. Things have changed in that time frame, right? And this represents that change, I think.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you said coal reserve estimates are misleading. Explain that to us.
Yeah, when the moratorium originally was placed on the Powder River Basin by the Obama-Jewell administration in 2015-16. And that halted any leasing at the time. And at that time, there were projections made that there was plenty of leased coal until well into the mid-2040s. Well, the problem was those estimates were used on gross tons of a lease. And within a lease, you have what's recoverable, you have total tons, and you have what's recoverable. And the best example would be a mine is not going to mine under the railroad. Moving 3 to 4 tracks of rail is cost prohibitive, so you're not going to mine the coal under the rail, but you do have to put that in your lease. You can't sterilize a reserve. So you have to lease to the 40-acre quarter section the way that it's designed. So you have tons in your lease that you pay rent on, you don't pay royalty or bonus on, but you pay rent on, that you can't ever mine. They're just not, you're never going to mine them. So when that math was done, it was done on those gross tons rather than the recoverable tons. So the actual number of what is out there that can be mined and used for thermal power generation right now, which is what most of the coal in the basin is used for in Wyoming, that number is a lot less. So that time frame really wasn't 2045, it's mid 2030s to late 2030s when we have real issues there. So, and then after that moratorium in 16 was put in place, then they did the Buffalo RMP, which prohibited leasing in 24. That got overturned with the Congressional Review Act in 2025 in the fall of 25. So we're at a point now where we can lease tons again, modernizing the bonus bid, updating the fair market value assessments for those bids. That's all things that will promote new leasing in the basin right now.
Yeah. It just seems like, you said it seems like we're just so far behind, or we're still treating coal like it is the 70s or 80s. Like it's crazy.
Yeah. I can't argue with that. It's, things have changed, times have changed, and modernizing these systems to where we are today and the market values and the economics is just becoming a super important piece of this going forward.
Well, and the 5-year discourages new coal leases. Maybe that was their thought behind it. Well, let's keep it at that. But the 10-year term, it doesn't diminish the returns that the companies, and then it gives them time to generate the income.
Right. That's exactly right. And that's a really key part of the discussion is, it's nobody's going to get less money. It's just the same money over a longer period of time. Yeah. And that's really important. And to your point there, that is exactly spot on. It allows those operators a chance to make revenue off of that lease to pay for that bonus.
Because this whole bid, it's just crazy to even think about.
Yeah. And the other thing is, when you look at these coal reserves across the state, when you take a lease, you got to go back to how that all works. And a company will come in and nominate a lease block to the regional coal team, and then the regional coal team will say, yeah, great, we'll go forward with that lease. And then the BLM adjusts those boundaries. And the reason they adjust those boundaries is they can't sterilize the mineral in any form or fashion. So the boundary is set, and you may have, like I said, tons under the rail, tons under a highway. You may have tons under a really high hill. There's really high strip ratio, which is the amount of overburden or dirt over the coal. You have to kind of continue to lease over time to balance that strip ratio and that reserve to stay economically competitive with the reserves. And we're getting to a point where those new leases, for those very reasons, are going to be really, really important moving forward.
Yeah. Did you see this land swap proposal story that's on the site?
Yeah, I've seen it. There's a lot to that. I think that's a really complicated one.
Yeah.
Probably more than we could get into in just this discussion. There's a lot of moving pieces to that discussion.
Yeah, and this discussion has been going on a long time, it sounds like.
Yeah, it has. And it all hinges initially around when the Surface Mine Control and Reclamation Act, or SMCRA, was put in place in 1977. And that coal under that particular ranch was determined to be under an alluvial valley floor. And that's the reason it was not mineable. But, that goes back. There's a lot of history there, and there's a lot of moving pieces to that. So,
yeah, and they're tired of dealing with the government, so let's give it to the BLM so the BLM can deal with the government, or might be able to get some headway, because they can't.
Yeah, they looked at maybe seeing if the state would pick up or exchange on that coal and do that, but I think you have to look at that in the terms of, would those exchanges be directly in front of an existing operation or a coal face? And if it's not, opening up a new mine, I'm not sure the viability of that. I'm not going to say it can't happen, But if it's against an existing mine and an existing reserve face, it's probably more likely to happen.
Okay. So you can't open a new mine unless it's adjacent.
You can, but the economics of opening a completely new hole in the ground, as opposed to being in front of a mine that's already moving that direction, is dramatically different.
Yeah. Well, because we saw coal kind of decline. Now it's back on its upswing. Now we're going, well, we got to do something about this because we got shortages coming. Is anything going to move? Is anything going to happen here?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of moving pieces to that. You know, the Energy Authority, we released a coal study on this earlier this year that kind of outlines timeframes and what that all looks like, so that our leadership in our state and our federal government can look at that and make good decisions based on actual data. You know, and what we have right now is, and I noted in my testimony, you know, power demand just from the public, economic, or industrial expansion and, you know, and data centers, other things, but all three of those combined, demand is outstripping the ability to produce enough power.
Yeah.
So our coal plants and our coal fleet's becoming more and more important. And, you know, that baseload, reliable and affordable energy to stay competitive in that is really important. And more is more right now. There's no question about it. You got to have all of it. And one of the interesting things out of the coal study was that states with lowest cost power tend to have baseload thermal energy from coal or nuclear, and you know, in the mix of some gas and some alternatives. I'm not going to call them renewables, I'll call them alternatives, because that's what they are. You know, if you have that mix, you're in a better position than if you're all natural gas or all alternatives, you know, and because, like, for example, that natural gas market we saw it this winter with the winter storms where it spikes in price, that affects that ultimate cost to the consumer. So when you have that mix or that diversity in your power generation, that's how it seems like in the coal study points out that that's where you keep your cost and affordability in your power. Yeah. So more is more. Coal's going to be a player in this going forward. Exactly how many tons a year, probably can't tell you that. You know, it depends on markets, storms, hot summers, cold winters, those types of things. But it's definitely going to continue to be an important piece of our future.
Yeah, and with the data centers coming and everything, yeah, we got to do something, because it just seems like nothing. Even on the solar study, they were like, what's the new leases for the solar or wind, and it's none. It's zero. It's like nothing is getting done on either side.
Yep. And the power demand continues to escalate.
Yeah, power demand's getting more, and they're sitting on their hands going,
Yeah, and that's one of the things with our coal fleet and our plants is, you know, you up that utilization to make up some of that demand, and, you know, that'll mean more coal coming out of Wyoming. I mean, you got to have more fuel if you're going to turn up the utilization on those plants. So,
yeah. Kyle Wetland, the Director of Fossil Fuel Development at the Wyoming Energy Authority. What's going on with your job as the Director of Fossil Fuel Development?
Oh, just a lot of different things. You know, we had some big things with the Energy Authority this year. The legislature moved forward with the Energy Dominance Fund, which is a big deal. You know, that kind of is a little new twist on what the energy matching funds were. And, you know, we got putting a lot of effort on that right now and getting around how we're going to manage that going forward as the administrator of those funds. You know, and again, we're looking hard at the fair market value assessments on coal right now. That's the next piece, going forward. Also looking into the natural gas piece. We're looking at putting forward a study this year on natural gas, similar to what we did with coal. You know, we're starting to build a framework around that. Obviously, the interim committees and minerals are getting rolling. So, we'll have some responsibilities there. It's heating up to be a pretty busy summer for us.
Yeah. Never ends. And it's getting busier for you guys, I'd imagine.
Yeah, it's exciting. It's just an exciting time to be in the industries of either providing fuel for power or making power. It's a really interesting time, We also have a lot going on in the nuclear piece, the news on the Natrium facility with getting their license to go forward is big, and the potential BWXT TRISO fuel facility construction or building out that plant up in Gillette is big. So we got a lot going on in that, a lot in the critical mineral piece with the plant in Upton and some other things going on. So just pretty exciting time across the state. A lot of opportunity.
What years, when were you at UW?
I was in UW from about 83 to 89.
Okay, so you were there before me. I was there right after you. But you were in the glory days of basketball, though, right?
Glory days, the Jim Brandenburg days, and I know you had Representative Heiner on earlier, and one of the questions in my graduate committee, final questions in getting through my committee was, "What do you think of BYU?" And I hate those guys, man.
Yeah, I had to hold my tongue when he said his favorite team was BYU. I was just like, oh, okay,
Yeah, no, hate those guys.
Yeah, I don't want to tell you what I think of BYU, but no.
Yeah, and those were some pretty good football days too, back with Kincaid and those guys. That was, headed to the Fiesta Bowl back then. Those were some pretty good runs back then.
Yeah, you had some good times.
Jay Novacek was the guy, back in that day. So, yeah.
Yeah, awesome. Well, right on. Kyle Wentland from the Director of Fossil Fuel Development at the Wyoming Energy Authority. Thanks so much for coming on.
Yeah, thanks for having us. It's always a privilege to talk to you guys. Really appreciate the opportunity.
All right, have a great day. We'll be back right after this.
You too, man.
JB Hunt now has CLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because of some of the changes your friends and teachers have seen in you lately. And along with the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We'd like to understand it better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we want to make sure you know about the negative consequences for someone your age. So, can we talk?
Talk. They hear you.
Welcome back. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Right here on cowboystatedaily.com. Jeff filling in for Jake. Thursday, April 2nd. We got one more day of the week. And then Saturday, I usually host the Saturday show. There will be no Saturday show this week because I'm filling in for Jake during the week. And then I'll be back next Monday, filling in for Jake next week. He's off for 2 weeks. Relaxing, having some fun. He texted me not too long ago. He said he'd get a hold of me after the show as I was having technical difficulties. I still can't hear any commercials or it's dropping frames on me. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if somebody's running in the background. Hard telling. I just saw that the Tiger Woods DUI arrest body cam footage came out. Sorry, Tiger. I work at State Farm Insurance, Raleigh Haruza, if you'd like an insurance quote today. 672-0483. I'll give myself a plug. But Monday, we were joking about Tiger. Who's his insurance agent? Who's insuring this guy? I mean, how does he still have a license? That's what we were joking about. But, yeah, it's... I mean, he wouldn't qualify for State Farm. I know that. And even the old company I worked for, he might qualify. Maybe. He'd be in high risk, that's for sure. But yeah, I said, well, Tiger's got enough money. He's probably one of those people that you could just be like self-insured. Do you have insurance, sir? Here's my bank account. Oh, okay. As long as you have over, 10 million in it. I couldn't imagine. What is Tiger worth? Hundreds of million? Is he a billionaire? AFC West fans, Denver Bronco fans, I don't know if this is good news or bad news. It was just announced that Kirk Cousins is signing with the Raiders. Man, everybody all offseason was talking Fernando Mendoza heading to the Raiders, which he probably will. I mean, this is actually a smart thing for the Raiders. Get a veteran in there. Don't throw Mendoza right to the Wolves to start the year. But, man, that's going to cost a pretty penny because Kirk Cousins, that's why no one was taking him because he's making like $60 or $80 million a year. It's insane. He signed an $80 million contract back in 2024 with the Falcons. And then Atlanta blindsided him, took, what was his name? Michael Penix. And now Penix has the starting job. Cousins played some last year when Penix got hurt, but now he's going to the Raiders. What do you think, Bronco fans? Send me a text. Here we go. This guy from Mesa, Arizona sent me a text. Jeff, you're doing a great job. Keep going, my man. I'm learning more and more about Wyoming because of Cowboy State Daily. I may not be a Wyomingite, but when I'm there, I'm a roaming Wyoming. That's awesome. Marshall in Mesa, Arizona. Thanks for the text and thanks for listening, Marshall. It's funny, all the people around the world that are listening and watching the show. And some of them have ties to Wyoming and some not at all. I remember the first day when I was doing I think it was one of the Saturday shows, or it might have been one of the first days I filled in for Jake. A guy called in and said, I just don't like listening to the national guys, so I like listening to you Cowboys out in Wyoming. And I was like, well, I'm in Wyoming. I'm not really so much of a cowboy, but I've lived here 90% of my life. But yeah, it's great. I love it. So if you're out there listening, send me a text. You can give me a call as we're waiting on our guest. See if she shows up here. We've got some time. 307-620-8866. See if the phone lines are working. People just aren't used to calling this show. But like I said, tomorrow, let me see the lineup. I know Haley, who does a fantastic job on booking this show. Okay, we have a guest right at the top of the hour at 6 o'clock, and then we don't have anybody from 6:25 to 6:45, and that's about it. Well, dang it. Maybe at like 8:30 tomorrow morning. Because I would like, some people that have watched the show during the week to let me know what'd you like? What'd you not like? What do you want us to focus on more? What do you want me to talk about more? But yeah, we educate you a lot about things that are happening in the state of Wyoming. That's for sure. I've been severely educated this week. I did get flack. Somebody commented about my cheerleader comment. I knew right when I said that Josh Allen's daughter's going to be I guess she'll be a cheerleader. I knew it. No, she's going to, I think they texted me, Josh Allen's daughter's not going to be a cheerleader. She's going to play basketball or volleyball. Sorry. Yes, she's going to be playing basketball or volleyball. Maybe rugby. That's the thing. Where's Secretary Dagenfelder? She's already recruiting her. Yeah, I was shocked. When I was reading about her superintendent, Megan Dagenfelder, superintendent, when I was looking at her stuff the other night, it said that she coaches rugby at Laramie at the university. I was like, no, she's not still doing this. And yeah, we asked her yesterday, and sure enough, she's like, yeah, we had practice last night. Impressive. That's awesome. But yeah, maybe Josh's daughter will be a rugby player. We'll see. Let's see. We got a text. Hey, Jeff, you're doing a great job. I'm listening to you from Oceanside, California. Huh. Oceanside, California. What? I've been there. Where is that? Oh, that was my aunt who texted me that. No cheerleaders. Yes, Ann knows all about being a basketball and volleyball stud. She was on the show, on the Saturday show. She still has it. The only high school state championship from Buffalo High School. She was on the team back 40 years ago this year. That's why we had her on the show. Unreal. But yeah, or is it 50? Is it 50 years, Ann? Or is it? I'm trying to multitask here. I think I went to Oceanside, California sometime. Where is this place here? North of Carlsbad. Let's expand the map here. It's south of Los Angeles, south of Santa Monica. It's kind of right in between LA and San Diego, Oceanside. Well, thanks for listening in Oceanside, California. Yeah, here's Ann. 50 years. Man, we're aging ourselves. The 50th anniversary of the Buffalo High School Lady Bison winning their one and only state basketball championship. It's the 50th anniversary. Unreal. They haven't done it since. And it was the first ever year of women's sanctioned high school basketball. And she was on it. And here comes my cat trying to throw everything out of whack here again. So we were going to talk about ticks with our guest. Looks like she's not going to show up. Or maybe, we'll see here. She might. But I was looking up ticks. Ticks in Wyoming are active from early spring, right now, March and April, through mid-July, particularly in wooded, brushy, or high grass areas, with the Rocky Mountain wood tick and the American dog tick being the most common. They carry illnesses such as Colorado tick fever, Rocky Mountain spotted fever, and something I probably can't pronounce. Preventing bites requires using a repellent with 20% DEET and wearing light-colored clothing. And making sure you check yourself when you're walking out in those areas. We put the tick juice on our dogs this weekend because my wife is already seeing kids coming to school with ticks. I was like, already? As dry as it's been? Well, even as dry as it's been, it's because it's as warm as it's been. So yeah, peak tick activity occurs during spring and summer, especially after snow melts in March or April, all the way through July. And I wanted to talk to Haley because she works with the Teton Weed and Pest. And when I was in high school, or actually when I was in college, I think my sophomore and junior year, I worked for Johnson County Weed and Pest. And we sprayed leafy spurge. That's all we did. Sprayed leafy spurge. Throw on 30 pounds of of juice on your back and go out and pump that handle and spray leafy spurge all day long out in the middle of nowhere. And the two things you had to watch out for were rattlesnakes and ticks. Every time we'd take a break, I think we'd take like 15 minutes at 10 o'clock in the morning or 9 o'clock in the morning, because you'd start at 5 o'clock in the morning. We worked, I think, from 5 to 2, and we'd have lunch at 10 or 11. And half the time, it depended on the time of the year and depended on where we were and how moist it was that morning or how wet the grass was, that, yeah, you'd be stripping down to your skivvies, stripping down to your underwear and having people check you every lunch hour because, yeah, ticks were bad. And then try and get them off you before they burrowed into you. Yeah, it was ticks and rattlesnakes. That's all you were looking for. And ticks, you didn't know until, you'd stop and then, pat yourself down, give the head rub, check the back of your knees, your back, your armpits, all the hot spots that they like. And then let everybody else check you out. And then rattlesnakes. You'd be walking around, you hear that rattle, and boy, you'd know. You'd see the person because you kind of walked in lines. There was a pattern that you do to cover the land, and you'd see somebody ahead of you or beside you just jump up and, run to the left or right or whichever way the sound wasn't coming from because you were just frightened to death by rattlesnakes. Oh, there was some huge rattlesnakes we'd get. We had one guy one year. I can't remember his name. He was crazy. You'd see a rattlesnake, and if it'd go into, he would try and catch them. If they were, all the way laid out, he'd go and grab their tail. Just be like, dude, you're crazy. They'd go in their hole, and he would jump down at them and grab their tail and pull them out of their hole. It's like, you're nuts. There was one time we were driving up onto a place, and, you'd have to get out, unlock the gate on some places. There was a huge rattlesnake just sitting right in the middle of the dirt road. And it was cold morning. So it was pretty much just comatose because, the hotter it gets, the more active they get. And when it's nice and cool in the mornings, they're pretty subdued. So he's out there, poking at it. The rattlesnake's just kind of staring at him, going, man, I wish it was 80 degrees out here. I'd bite you. But I think he was too cold to even strike. He's out there sitting there poking at the rattlesnake before he chopped his head off. Huge rattlesnake. I don't think I have it up anymore. I had a purple tapestry that I had in college. Where is that thing? I think it's in my closet. But I had this purple tapestry that hung over my closet in college because there was no closet doors. So I got this purple tapestry. It's a beautiful tapestry. But I had rattlesnakes. They're coils that I'd gotten from Weed and Pest, like stuck to the, safety pinned into the tapestry. There was still some on there. When I pulled it out a couple of years ago, there was still a rattlesnake rattle stuck to it. I was like, holy cow, this thing's 30 years old. This was back in the mid-90s. But yeah, I love my time at Weed and Pest. My back still hurts because of Weed and Pest. I should have taken my dad's advice. He was always like, you need to do something about that. You should sue him or something. I was like, I'm not going to sue my employer. Come on. But it's from side hilling with 30 pounds of water or spray on my back, 30 pounds of the juice, side hilling. I don't know if I slipped. I don't know what I did. But like my second year in, I woke up one day. I couldn't get out of bed. I couldn't move. I just kind of flopped down to the ground. I called my aunt, who was a physical therapist at the time in Casper, and drove myself down to Casper in my 1983 Chevy Malibu, which I didn't know if it was going to make it or not. I think they had to come out to my car and drag me in so she could work on me to try and, get me to walk again. Oh, it was brutal. And I've had back pain for my entire life. Even this morning when I woke up, my back hurt a little bit. But now that I'm in good shape and I'm a planking machine, planking does help your lower back pain. It does work. If you see all those people that are like, just start planking, it'll help your back pain. It does. Not all the way, but it does help quite a bit. So yeah, big thanks to everyone that came on the show today. Oh, somebody sent me a message. Let's see. Oh, Stephen in Australia has been listening. I've been able to listen in for each and all of your daily shows, but enjoying the interviews that I've heard. The interview with the gentleman whose father was the National Geographic photographer was a wonderful interview. Well, thanks, Stephen. Stephen Bradley, my buddy, down in Australia. Yeah, it's like 4 o'clock in the morning or something there. It's way late for Stephen, but I appreciate it. He always likes to tune into my morning shows, loves my interviews, and he gives me some Australian artists for the Saturday show. But yeah, he does Blue Shamrock music, and he's trying to get a radio station, Blue Shamrock Radio, an internet radio station going. It's coming. But yeah, big thanks to everybody that came on. Rep Heiner, Karen Clark, the Executive Vice President of Wyoming Farm Bureau, Tommy Nicely from Wyoming Fresh Farms, Allie Phillip. I'll get that right. The Executive Director of the Wyoming Historical Society. Thank you. We'll be back tomorrow for 4 more hours of fun right here on CowboyStateDaily.com.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. The Wyoming Legislature's Management Council decided Wednesday to add more ethics.
Oh, just cherry on top today. It's only 9:59. I still have a minute left to go, Jeff. Oh, what a show today. I haven't been able to hear anything, any of the commercials, any of the promos, nothing. I've just been a mess behind the scenes here, and then I try and stop a minute early. So you get me for 30 more seconds. But yes, big thanks to everybody. I could Brian Leonard from the university, Kurt Conger, Dean Conger's son. What a story. Kyle Wetland from the Wyoming Energy Authority. Big thanks to Kyle for coming on and talking some coal. Now we only have 10 seconds to go. See you back here tomorrow. 4 more hours of fun right here on CowboyStateDaily.com. Send me an email, Jeff@CowboyStateDaily.com.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. The Wyoming Legislature's Management Council decided Wednesday to add more ethics training for state legislators. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports the move comes in the wake of the House checkgate controversy this past session.
They talked about 11 minutes. Representative Mike Yin, who's minority floor leader in the House, said, well, this investigative committee had 3 pieces of guidance for us, the Management Council. One is take on some more training. Another is consider signage at the entrances to the chambers. And another was to look at what other states are doing for policies in this area.
This need for more ethics training stems from an incident that happened during the year's lawmaking session when Teton County-based conservative activist Rebecca Bextel handed out $1,500 in checks to at least 4 state House of Representative members on the House floor on February 9th, the first day of the session. One of Campbell County's oldest homesteading families is proposing a land swap and sale that could unlock 250 million tons of coal on Wyoming state land. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that supporters pitch it as a win-win for the ranch and the state, but it won't be easy.
This is really the first step in a long, complicated process that's part of an even longer, complicated process. For the family, it goes back to the 1970s and before when they were trying to develop the property and were shut down essentially had their coal condemned by this federal law from the 1970s. And so they're sticking with it. They're trying to move it forward. They're working with their neighbors.